bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Thank you, Lord, for gathering us here today in seminar. May we inculcate our minds and the lessons learned today and apply them with the guidance of your love. May we realize that everything happened because of your all-abounding love. We thank the people who made this seminar a success, our reliable resource speaker, the diligent organizer of this activity, the generous administration, and all willing participants who had attended this noble endeavor. May we be able to pass on to other people the knowledge and the lessons learned. May we do so with the teaching that you taught us to love our neighbor as our own. In Jesus' name, amen. May we be able to pass on to other people the knowledge and the lessons learned that you taught us to love our neighbor as our own. In Jesus' name, amen.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our free webinar on the additional guidance on the attribution of profits to permanent establishments. Welcome. Meron na tayong 48 viewers. So, welcome po to this seminar. I would like to call on the participants. No? Sino yung mga participants natin ngayon? We have Tayawa Jonathan from Marikina City, Labian Sheila Amparo Subdivision, Caloocan City, Abad Annabel, San Antonio, Nueva Ecija. Consistent to sila ng mga participants natin, di ba, Ari? Vidal Alejandro, Dagupan City, Pangasinan. Rada Maria Florenza, Ginubatan Albay. Aglim Shikaina Grace, Maldan, Pangasinan. Koino Adelfa, Kinasangan Pardo, Cebu City. Jocadis Ryan, Pavia, Iloilo. Galletes Ayesa, Alcala, Pangasinan. Formoso, si Reyno, always talaga to, very active. Formoso Alessandro Rey, Antipolo City. Fernandez, Jerica May, Dagupan, Pangasinan. Pokal Samantha, Aguilar, Pangasinan. Fabia Gwyneth Amor, Agoo, La Union. Montaño Cyrus Danver, Nagcarlan, Laguna. Lamit Flor, Barangay Fortune, Marikina City. Fortune Town ito Rosales Snoke, Mapandan, Pangasinan. Delgado Chante, Bagong Silang, Caloocan City. Reyes Maria Rosalie, Banaba, San Mateo, Rizal. Mancho Claudine, Bagong Barrio, Caloocan City. Cabellian Rhea Christi, Puerto Princesa City. De la Peña Stephanie Rose, Caloocan City. Ramirez Leia, Mayamot, Antipolo City. Monterola Raizel, Mabini, Pangasinan. Malaw Christine Ana, Baguio City. Alesna Charlene, Mandawi City. Lalong Isip Loida, Manila. Gasco Norwayne, Baguio City. Caballero Ruela, Santo Tomas, La Union. Lamayo Maria Cindy, San Pedro. Rafanan John Henry, Dagupan City, Pangasinan. Castillo Reina Grace, Pangasinan. Jimenez Carl Vincent, Lingayen, Pangasinan. Kapua May, Jane Weses, Dagupan City. Oses. No? Prinsipe Julian, si Ma'am Julian. Tatalon, Quezon City. Yao, Lilian, si Ma'am Lilian, always. Tondo, Manila. Loyudan, Ethel Joy, Kalusugan, Quezon City. Coronel Eileen, Santa Cruz, Laguna. Sarmiento June, Ilagan City, Isabela. Pelayo, John Andre, Quezon City. Latori Mary Grace, Alibago, Santa Barbara, Pangasinan. Ibalan Leslie, Rojas, Quezon City. Velioser Nadine, Mangaldan, Pangasinan. Di Guzman Femi, San Carlos City, Pangasinan. Padilla Ray Mark, Kasiguran, Aurora. Nobleza Analeza, San Jose del Monte City, Bulacan. Orca Bernadette, Angono, Rizal. Velioser Nadine, Mangaldan, Pangasinan. Palaspas Yenamay, Paway, Ilocos Norte. Di Guzman J.M. Mercado, Dagupan City, Pangasinan. Jesalan Darin Joy, Navota City. Reyes Gina Marjorie, Civil Service Commission. Ocal Samantha, Aguilar, Pangasinan. Subarjaga, Chuchi, Cagayan de Oro City. Meron ba? Okay. Soyo, Rogin, Sultan Kudarat. Agasid Angelos, Gerald Trias Cavite. Ebro, Phyllis Camille, Quezon City. Bello Arlin, Muntinlupa. Bolo, Jennifer, Pangasinan. Pagaduan, Maria Paz, Isabela, Mendoza, Adrian, Oriental, Mindoro. So, sila pa rin yung mga dati nating participants, no? So, welcome. And our discussions for this morning is the additional guidance on the attribution of profits to permanent establishment. So, if you attended the transfer pricing and permanent establishment, we have discussed there the Article 5 of the Model OECD Convention, which talk about the permanent establishment. Why is it that it is very necessary that you know permanent establishment? No? Kasi I, for myself, noon hindi ko pinapansin itong permanent establishment. What is permanent establishment? I don't care about it. No? But if you try to study international taxation and if you try to study foreign corporations, then you cannot do away with permanent establishment. If you try to study tax treaty, you cannot do away with permanent establishment. Why? Because permanent establishment is very, very important in the determination of the taxation of foreign corporation. So, iniitsa pera natin yung permanent establishment. But you cannot tax a foreign corporation without determining first if it has a permanent establishment in the Philippines. So we have to determine, so what is permanent establishment? And this morning, we will deal with this additional guidance on the permanent establishment as 2018 crafted by the OECD Model Tax Convention. But in the afternoon, we will be dealing with the issues, no? So issues that would be on a scenario-based, no? Mga case-to-case, just like construction, just like mga pipes, no? How you determine them if they have a permanent establishment or we consider them to have a fixed place of business, no? Just like installation, just like websites. So how do we know if we consider them as permanent establishment, hence they are subject to tax? So very important po ang permanent establishment sa tax. I thought na, sabi ko, siguro the topics that I launched is not so attractive to the participants. Why? Kasi it's about permanent establishment. But of course, the participants, just like me siguro noon when I didn't have studied first about international taxation, ko pinapansin ng permanent establishments. No? Only knowing na very important ang permanent establishment in the issue of taxation of foreign corporation. So this additional guidance was crafted by the OECD in 2018. No? This Action 7 of the BEPS Action Plan, what do you mean by BEPS? This is the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Action Plan. And why do the OECD has launched this initiative on the BEPS? Base Erosion, Profit Shifting. No? Because there are so many companies na may video kasi ako noon that I am showing on the basic transfer pricing. No? It's about the Al Jazeera. And it states there that one of the economic experts states that today payment of taxes is becoming an option. Why? Because if you are rich and you can afford to hire a tax expert, then you can do away with the payment of taxes. That's why yung sabi natin dito, itong BEPS, Base Erosion and Profit Shifting, the taxpayers with a lot of money shift their profits in a low tax jurisdiction, register their companies in low tax jurisdiction, tax haven countries, or in countries with no tax at all, and then enjoy the payment of taxes that is very low, no? So that their assets is not drained by payment of taxes because payment of taxes is a burden. It takes a lot of assets from you. Why? Because the income tax itself is 30 to 35%. No? So that's a lot of money. Imagine in 1,000, you have a net income of 1,000. 350 of that goes to the government. It's the share of the government in the form of income. That's why this rich company, in order to do away with the payment of taxes, has to resort to loopholes in the taxation system or shift their income to low tax jurisdiction in order to avoid payment of taxes and in order to save their money. Instead of paying taxes, then they can use it in some other profitable business venture. So this Action 7 of the BEPS Action Plan mandated, no? Kasi itong initiative ng OECD, OECD is a non-stock non-profit organization manned by more than 2,500 people, mga researchers yan, economists, and they are the ones crafting our policy. And of course, when you craft policy, when you craft law, you are addressing a certain problem, no? Or may ginagawa kang sistema. So mandated the development of changes to the definition of permanent establishment. Why? Because the definition itself of permanent establishment is very, very important in order that you can tax a foreign corporation or a foreign business doing business in your country. Permanent establishment or PE, which is embodied in Article 5 of the OECD Model Tax Convention, or MTC, to prevent, so what is the purpose? To prevent the artificial avoidance of PE status. Why avoid the artificial avoidance of PE? Because if you are not a PE, then you will not pay taxes. No? Kasi yun lang patunayan mo eh. I'm not a permanent establishment in your country, so you cannot tax me. No? So yun lang. Through the use of commissioner arrangement, so anong ginagawa? Anong ginagawa to avoid the PE status in order that you can be classified as a permanent establishment? Because when you are a permanent establishment in a certain country, then that gives right to the source country to tax you as a foreign corporation. So through the use of commissioner arrangement, ano yun? Bibigay ka ng commission. So you have an agent in a certain country, and then you just give a commission once there is a commercial transactions that has been arranged or consummated. No? And through reliance on the specific activity exemptions of Article 5-4, ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na napakapanggulo talaga ng 5 paragraph 4, no? So Article 5 paragraph 4, okay na sana yung doon sa Article 1, Article 2, 3, okay na yun eh, because it was well defined what is a permanent establishment. Pinatay siya nung paragraph 4. Why? Because yung paragraph 4 is against lahat doon sa Article 3. No? Kasi sinasabi doon sa Article 3, ito yung permanent establishment, branch, place of management, gano'n. Pagdating ng 4, sinabi niya na hindi permanent establishment ito. So, walang nangyari doon sa 3. No, ano ba sinabi? Basahin ko sa inyo yung Article 5 mismo dito sa sinasabi ko sa inyo. This is the model tax convention on income and capital. This is 2014, and as I told you, I bought this for 40,000, no, including kasi 26,000 plus yung mga customs, mga handling. No? And there is an available now, the 2017 model, pero hindi siya available sa internet. No? You have to purchase again. No? Meron lang siyang, anong tawag doon, Hari?
Condensed version.
Ha? Condensed version. May condensed version lang siya na 600 pages. No? Pero pagka bumili ka ng totoong copy, this is how many pages? This is 1,000 of pages. No? 1,000 of pages to kasi pinareproduce ko to. It took us up to volume 4. No? Napakakapal. Napakakapal nito because na-concise siya, Pero very thin yung papel, no? Kaya naging ganito siya. Pero pagka pina-print mo siya doon sa makapal na papel, napakarami nitong papel, no? So ano ba sinabi doon sa Article 5 of the Model OECD Convention? At ano ba itong Model OECD Convention? Ito po yung basis ng international taxation. No? When we talk of international taxation, ito yun. Why? Because there is no law na applicable siya to all countries. The taxation is based on the domestic law kasi mag-i-impose ka ng tax, you collect tax. So it is on the domestic legislation of its country. But what is international taxation? The international taxation deals with the issues of double taxation, and this is it, no? To yung model tax convention on income and on capital. So how are you going to tax those income of different taxpayers na nag-o-overlap na, no? May mga cross-border transactions na. So walang problema kung walang cross-border transactions, and then your income is coming from your source country, so there's no problem. But nag-overlap na, and because of globalization and because of the digitized world that we have now, it becomes more complicated yung taxation system natin. No? So what is Article 5? Permanent establishment, no? On this model convention. So sabi po sa Article 1, for the purposes of this convention, the term permanent establishment means fixed place of business through which the business of an enterprise is wholly or partly carried on. So pag sinabi mong permanent establishment, ibig sabihin permanent ka dyan, hindi temporary lang. That's why dito sa issues, may issue din doon na pagtatalunan kung kailan ba at ilang months ba yung sinasabi mong temporary. Because just like a construction company, halimbawa, 3 years yung contract, tapos because of lack of raw materials, nag-stop sila ng 9 months. Is that 9 months considered pa rin temporary? No? Kaya you have to define. No? So, pag sinabi mo na permanent establishment, ibig sabihin, hindi siya temporary. But you have to define also what is the meaning of temporary. No? So, the term in relation to permanent. So, the term permanent establishment includes place of management, no? Place of management. So meron kang office dyan, and then you manage, halimbawa, the construction site, o ano man yung minamanage mo, that is considered as permanent establishment. And if you are earning income, then you will be taxed on your income earned. Letter B, a branch. So permanent establishment includes branch, no? So branch. That's why sa concept ng permanent establishment, hindi pinag-uusapan dito yung parent and subsidiaries. Doon yan sa associated enterprises, which is sa Article 9. Ng dito rin, Model OECD Convention, which is the basis of our arm's length principle as applied to transfer pricing. Dito naman, permanent establishment ito. So, a branch. So, pagka sinabi mong branch, ano yung partner niya? Head office. No? Because the branch is reporting to the head office. Yun ang organizational structure ng permanent establishment. Head office and branch. Because a branch or a permanent establishment is considered as branch, but it is taxed separately from its head office. Why? Kasi it is considered as permanent establishment. It is situated in a different country so that the source country or the country where the permanent establishment is situated has a right to tax that permanent establishment or that branch. Aside or away from its head office. Yung head office, of course, hindi yan pwedeng i-tax ng country where the branch is located. Pero, yung head office naman, since siya yung may-ari ng branch, in its resident country, pwede pa rin niyang i-tax sa consolidated financial statement yung income ng branch. Kasi requirement yon na isama niya doon sa kanyang income tax return or sa financial statement niya. And then a permanent establishment also is considered as an office. No? So an office is a permanent establishment. A factory. No? So considered din siya na permanent establishment. Workshop. Mine. No? Yung mga mining companies. Oil or gas well ito yung mga extractive industries, no? A quarry or any other place of extraction of natural resources. So when you extract natural resources, kung saan man yan, yung site mo, mining site mo is considered permanent establishment and hence taxable in the source country or in the country where your permanent establishment is located. Article 5, Paragraph 3, a building site or construction or installation project constitutes a permanent establishment only if it lasts more than 12 months. So sabi dito, sa Article 5, Permanent Establishment of the Model OECD Tax Convention, 12 months daw yung building site, construction site. But try to visit our own tax treaty because our tax treaty with a certain country use this as a model. Ginagamit lang po ito ng model pag nag-craft sila ng tax treaties. So if you visit yung discussion natin nung nakaraan, yung sample natin na tax treaty with the US, anong sabi ng US doon? Di ba yung sa US is 183 days, no? Yung Japan naman is 6 months yung kanilang consider na permanent establishment. Pero dito, since this is just a model, sinabi niya dito na 12 months, no? Pero pagdating na sa tax treaty, yung tax treaty signed by the two countries will prevail. Hindi po ito. No? So notwithstanding the provision, ito na ang pamatay sa paragraph 3, Article 3 and Article 2. No? Na sinabi niya na permanent establishment is a branch, is an office, a factory, building site or construction or installation project, pinatay siya ng paragraph 4. No? Anong sabi dito? Paragraph 4, no? Article 5 on permanent establishment. Notwithstanding the preceding provisions of this article, the term permanent establishment shall be deemed not to include. Kaya pag tiningnan mo yung 3 at saka yung 2, burado lahat. Binura siya ng 4. No? Letter A, the use of facilities solely for the purpose of storage, display, or delivery of goods or merchandise belonging to the enterprise. Pero mo, imagine ha, pagka daw yung storage, no, di ba sa Article 2, sabi warehouse, workshop, factory, no? So, dito sa letter A, sabi niya, facilities for the purpose of storage, no? Display. Isipin mo na lang nagdi-display ng product. Or delivery. Nagdi-deliver ng product. That is core activities of a business. Anong tawag mo dyan sa nagdi-display, nagdi-deliver ng goods? Anong tawag mo dyan? Business activities na yun. Kompleto na. Tapos hindi daw siya consider as permanent establishment. Kaya patay yung Article 2 at saka 3, no? Section 2 and 3 ng 4. And then dito sa 4, letter B, maintenance of a stock of goods or merchandise belonging to the enterprise solely for the purpose of storage, display, or delivery. Ito patay din. Pero mo, mag-store ka ng goods. Tapos i-display mo, i-deliver mo. Anong tawag mo doon? Diba, business na yun. Mukuha ka na ng customer. Kasi, tingnan nyo ha, sabi na natin sa transfer pricing, common sense. Anong common sense mo dito? Why is it that you store goods in a certain country? Anong purpose mo doon? Para pabulukin lang? Ang purpose mo is to deliver, to display, para ma-reach out mo yung customer mo. And what do you call that? That is business already, no? Letter C, the maintenance of a stock of goods or merchandise belonging to the enterprise solely for the purpose of processing by another enterprise. Yung letter C, okay lang to sa akin. Why? Kasi, hindi mo siya ibibenta eh. O kaya, mayroon na kayong pre-negotiated na contract kasi gagamitin siya sa manufacturing ng ibang business. No? Letter D, maintenance of a fixed place of business solely for the purpose of purchasing goods. Yan ha, bibili ka ng goods. Merchandise or collecting information for the enterprise. Pero dapat dito sa letter D, walang sales. No? Collecting lang at saka purchasing. Letter A, the maintenance of a fixed place of business solely for the purpose of carrying on for the enterprise any other activity of a preparatory or auxiliary character. So dito, ito yung pamatay at ginagamit ng lahat para ma-exempt sila not to pay taxes because they are not classified as permanent establishment or a fixed place of business. Anong sasabihin nila? Auxiliary character lang yan, no? Preparatory. So ibig sabihin, wala talagang business na nangyayari kasi auxiliary lang siya ang preparatory. Pero kung balikan mo ito letter A, letter B, na nandun na yung storage, display, at saka delivery of goods, hindi na yan preparatory and auxiliary. Bakit? Pag nag-deliver ka na ng goods, consummated na yung transactions. No? Letter D, letter E, maintenance of fixed place of business for the purpose of carrying on for the enterprise any other activity of preparatory or auxiliary character. Letter F, maintenance of fixed place of business solely for any combination of activities mentioned in subparagraph A to E, provided that the overall activity of the fixed place of business resulting from combination is of preparatory or auxiliary character. So, emphasize talaga yung sinasabi nila na the nature of the services is preparatory or auxiliary. Pag sinabi mong preparatory or auxiliary, ano lang yun? Wala pang business transactions na nabuo, no? Nag-uumpisa pa lang. Pero kung nabuo na, completed na, ibang usapan na yun. Permanent establishment na talaga yun, no? Okay. So, the purpose is to prevent the artificial avoidance of PE status, no? Kasi pag napatunayan mo na wala kang PE status, wala kang permanent establishment, hindi ka itatax, no? So, anong iniiwasan dito sa permanent establishment? Yung tax, no? So, it also mandated that the work should address related profit attribution issues, no? So, ano yung profit attribution issues? You own the profit. The result was the 2015 final report on Action 7, preventing the artificial avoidance of permanent establishment status. No? Kasi you have to avoid yung permanent establishment. Kaya anong ginagawa ng iba? Nagpa-fragmentize sila. No? So anong ginagawa nila? Chop their activities so that pa-classify pa rin siya as auxiliary and preparatory. No? So, pagka yun na yung nasa tax planning and you have your clients, yan ang ginagawa ng mga accountants, no? That's why, ano na naman ngayon ang ginawa ng OECD? Meron na naman silang initiative to crack down the professional enablers. Why? Because sabi nila, in doing the tax crimes, the taxpayer is being aided by that professionals. At sino yung mga professionals na yan? The lawyers, the accountants, the tax experts, no, na tinutulungan nila yung taxpayers to avoid payment of taxes, no? Kaya very thin line lang yung tax evasion at saka tax avoidance, no? Pag sinabi mong tax evasion, illegal. Pag sinabi mong avoidance, legal. That's why anong gagawin mo? So you have to classify your action as tax avoidance para doon ka pa rin sa legal, no? So, ganun ang trabaho ng tax consultant. No? So, you are studying permanent establishment, meaning this is your avenue of services later on. Tax consulting. No? And alam nyo, may isang tax consultant na nagsabi na the most difficult of all the profession daw is that of the tax consultancy. Why? Kasi the tax laws are very dynamic. Lalo na ngayon because it is already digitized economy. No? Mas napaka-complicated na ng taxation natin. Why? Kasi overlapping na eh, no? At saka it is not well defined pa how you tax these businesses. Although there are already initiatives on the taxation of digitized economy, but it is not 100% in place. And there are countries na talagang hindi pa nag-a-adapt ng laws on the digitized economy. Okay. So there is a need for additional guidance on how the rules of Article 7 would apply. That changes to Article 5 do not require substantive modification sa existing rules. Pero para sa akin, there should be a substantive modification, which ginawa nga nitong 2018, no? May mga ginawa sila na substantive modification on the permanent establishment. Tinanggal na nila yung, hindi naman tinanggal, but hinigpitan na nila yung salita na auxiliary and preparatory, and also yung fragmentation of business, just to avoid the permanent establishment status. So there is a need to take account of the results of the work on other parts of the BEPS action plan, dealing with transfer pricing in particular, the work related to intangibles, risk, and capital. Alam nyo, there is so much work to do. Alam nyo, at my age na 64, I am tempted to do other work. No? Kagaya ng farm ko, yung mga bulaklak ko, my goodness. Mamamatay-matay ako pag nakita ko sa mga picture, kasi sa picture ko na lang makikita. Why? Kasi shutdown, so nandun sila sa farm, sa Negros, no? Magkaibang mga lugar, hindi ko mapuntahan. I want to focus, no, sa ibang mga hobby ko kasi retire na. Pero pag nakita ko, ang dami pa dapat gawin. Sabi ko, sayang naman. Tandito na ito, naumpisahan ko. Just like transfer pricing, inumpisahan ko siya in 2008. No? 2008 up to now, how many years na? How many years na, Hari? 2008 up to now? 13 years. No. Okay, so 13 years na ako nagta-transfer pricing. At ano yung sinasabi dito? Pag sinabi mo yung permanent establishment, you cannot do away with transfer pricing, intangibles. No, you have to deal with the risk and capital. No, kasi related sila. No? If you read this Article 5 on permanent establishment, is connected with Article 7, no, on the business profits. Why? Because very clear in Article 7 also of this model OECD convention, ano yung sinasabi doon sa Article 7? Hindi mo pwedeng i-tax. Article 7 deals with business profits. No? But ano sabi ng Article 7? Hindi mo pwedeng i-tax yung isang company pag wala siyang permanent establishment in a certain country, in the source state. No? Kahit nandyan siya, pero hindi mo siya maklasify na permanent establishment, then you cannot tax that company. No? Kahit billion-billion pa yung kinikita niyan. Okay. So, it is also related with intangibles, and there's so much work to do for intangibles, no? And you can determine also doon sa authorized OECD approach, no? I-discuss din natin yan mamaya. You can determine the PE status or the presence of permanent establishment through functions, which you consider also analyze also the risk and capital of that permanent establishment or that company. So attribution of profits to permanent establishment resulting from changes to Article 5, Paragraph 4 in the commentary. Ito na, no? Kasi di ba sabi ko, pinatay ng Paragraph 4 yung Paragraph 2 and 3. So ngayon, binago na to ng OECD noong 2018, no? Resulting from changes. So, ano itong changes na Article 4? Ang changes lang naman dito sa Article 4, yung hinigpitan na nila yung auxiliary and preparatory. No? Kasi yun yung gray area na doon pumapasok yung avoidance. Avoidance. No? So, okay. So, what happened? So, the report on Action 7 provides for changes to be made to Article 5 of the Model Tax Convention and commentary thereon. Alam niyo, ang commentary is very important. Why? Because it is through the commentary that you'll learn a lot, because yung commentary, yun yung mga nagbibigay ng mga scenarios, yun yung mga bibigay ng mga situation, at saka mga concrete examples in order that you can understand better itong mga provisions. No? So, as explained in the Executive Summary Report ng Action 7, depending on the circumstances. Ito na yung changes sa Article 5, Paragraph 4. Depending on the circumstances, activities previously considered to be merely preparatory or auxiliary. So sabi ko sa inyo, hinigpitan yung salitang preparatory or auxiliary in nature. May nowadays correspond to core business activities. Yun pa lang na letter A at saka B, nasabi doon, storage, delivery. Hindi ba yun na auxiliary yun? Core business functions yun, no? So natauhan din ang OECD kaya binago. So ano sabi nila? Considered to be merely preparatory or auxiliary in nature may nowadays correspond to core business activities. No? So yung A at saka B, hindi talaga ako maniniwala na hindi yun core business activities. Because you display and then you deliver. No? So paano hindi yan core business activities, especially if you are in a merchandising business? In order to ensure that profits derived from core activities performed in a country can be taxed in that country. Yan na ha. Yan na yung very, very authoritative na word. Can be taxed in that country. Why? Kasi core business activities. Biro mo, nagdi-display ka, nag-i-store ka, nagdi-deliver ka ng goods. That is a core business activities. So anong sinabi dito? Can be taxed in that country. Kasi dati, hindi mo siya pwedeng i-tax. Kahit nag-display na siya dyan, nagdi-deliver, nag-i-store ng kanyang mga goods, hindi mo siya pwedeng i-tax. Kasi sabi niya, hindi raw yan permanent establishment. So you cannot tax. Ngayon, pwede na. No? Can be taxed in that country. So Article 5, Paragraph 4 is modified. No? So binago. To ensure that each of the exception included therein is restricted to activities that are otherwise of a preparatory or auxiliary character. No? So, tingnan mo lang yung salitang preparatory or auxiliary character. No? BEPS concerns related to Article 5, Paragraph 4 also arise from what is typically referred to as the fragmentation of activities. Kaya nga sabi ko, kung itong parang cat and mouse, no? Or mice, marami. Bakit? Itong ginagawa ng mga tax authorities para matax yung isang company. Ngayon, gumagawa din itong mga tax experts ng mga loopholes para hindi matax, no? Okay. So ano namang ginagawa? Fragmentize the activities. Ano yun? Di mo ilalagay doon sa isang lugar lang para hindi ka makonsider na permanent establishment. Chop mo yung activities. No? So, kagaya halimbawa ng sinasabi natin na preparatory and auxiliary. So, nag-i-store siya, nagdi-deliver, nagdi-display. So, anong gagawin mo doon? Hindi mo ilagay sa isang lugar. Doon sa isang lugar, storage lang. Sa isang lugar, display lang. No? So, i-fragmentize mo. Ibig sabihin, ikalat mo yung activities mo so that hindi siya matax. No? Ano naman ang ginagawa ng tax experts? So, given the ease with which multinational enterprises or MNEs may alter their structures. Kaya nga sa transfer pricing, di ba, unang-unang pinapakita doon yung structure, the organizational structure. To obtain tax advantages, it is important to clarify that it is not possible to avoid PE status by fragmenting a cohesive operating business into several small operations in order to argue that each part is merely engaged in preparatory or auxiliary activities that benefit from the exceptions of Article 5, Paragraph 4. Yun na, fragmentation. May news pa ako ngayon that there are some head office na instead of gumagawa sila ng company dito sa Pilipinas to perform auxiliary services sa kanila o kaya yung mga business process outsourcing. Ang ginagawa nila direct hiring na, no? And then pinapa-register na nila sa BAR yung kanilang mga agent, call center agent nila as independent agent, no? So direct na sila. wala na silang company na babayaran. Kasi work from home na lang yung kanilang mga, nakatipid sila. No? So, yun yung isang way na nakita during the COVID. Why? Because the employees are forced to stay at home. So, anong nangyari doon sa office space na binabayaran ng foreign company? Wala nang tao pumapasok doon. So, anong ginawa? Since work from home na lang yung mga empleyado, doon na yung modem, nilagyan na sila doon ng mga facilities that they can work from home. So, anong ginawa ng foreign company? Dinisolve na yung company, wala na siyang office na maintain. Ano nang ginawa? Work from home na lang yung kanyang mga agent. Direct hiring, direct na doon sa, yung gumawa noon is Australia no? Australian company. So, diretso na doon. Wala na. Nakatipid sila. No? So, I don't know what happened, but that will be addressed on the digitized business, no? Taxation of the digitized businesses. Ang dami pa kasing dapat i-refine sa digitized business But isang proposal nila is to have a global taxation, no? From global income tax at the rate of 3% to 4%. So that will answer yung mga gray areas. Meron mo pang global na. Kasi ang hirap na isa-isahin mong i-tax. So anong gagawin mo? Global na. No? Isang enforcement na lang. Okay. So, it is not possible to avoid PE status na i-fragment mo yung business operations mo na gagawin mo na small operations. No? Pero yung sabi ko nga sa inyo na nangyari, yung call center agent na naging individual na, direct na. So, I don't know kung papasok ba siya as PE. So, kasi naging permanent na rin siya dito sa Pilipinas Okay. So, the anti-fragmentation rule proposed in this report will address this BEPS concern. Ano yung BEPS? Base erosion and profit shifting concerns. No? Because of the shifting of profits, then the source country cannot tax now the company. So, ano nangyayari? Na-drain yung fund ng government. No? Wala na. Kasi, yung inaasahan nila ng mga big businesses, hindi na nagbabayad ng tax. No? Why? Because they pay now in a low tax jurisdiction. Okay, so report on Action 7 includes revised commentary on Article 5, Paragraph 4. Kasi sabi ko nga, itong Paragraph 4, ito yung pamatay doon sa 2 and 3. So which contains examples of circumstances. Mamayang hapon may mga issues din tayo na discuss sa inyo related also to this, no? So which contains examples of circumstances in which specific activities will not be considered preparatory or auxiliary in nature. So talagang dinefine na nila yung hindi na pwede yung preparatory or auxiliary in nature. No? Example, an enterprise of state R maintains in state S. Ang state R, ito yung resident country. Yung state S, ito yung source country. Kaya pag naririnig ninyo na state R, resident country yun. So, ibig sabihin ng resident country, where the company is a resident. No? Doon siya talaga nag-umpisa, doon siya naka-register. Ano naman itong state S, source country? Ano ibig sabihin ng source country? Doon naman siya nagbi-business. Doon siya kumukuha ng income. No? So, state S, a very large warehouse. No? So, may large warehouse siya sa state S, in which a significant number of employees work for the main purpose of storing, ayan kasi doon sa paragraph 4, storing, delivering goods, auxiliary pa lang, no? So ngayon, talagang sinasabi na nila na yung main purpose of storing and delivering goods owned by the enterprise, that the enterprise sells online to customers in state S. No? Kaya siya may warehouse, nandun yung mga empleyado niya nagdi-deliver sa customer because they are selling online. No? So, paragraph 4 will not apply. So, very clear yan. Na yung paragraph 4, hindi na pwedeng apply. Ano yung paragraph 4? Yung sinasabi na preparatory or auxiliary in nature. Tinanggal na. No? So, paragraph 4 will not apply to that warehouse since the storage and delivery activities that are performed through are no longer preparatory or auxiliary. So very clear, at least tinanggal na nila doon na yung storage delivery, kasi unang tingin ko lang talaga doon para akong hihimatayin sa totoo lang. Storage, delivery, display, hindi core business function. Sabi ko, core business activities to ba? Ganun lang talaga, no? So, pero at least, okay na, dahil na-correct. 2018. No? Pero ang daming nakinabang doon for not paying taxes. So under Article 7 of the MTC, the profits to be attributed to the PE are those that the PE would have derived if it were a separate and independent enterprise performing the activities that cause it to be a PE. O, balikan natin yung concept ng PE. Ha? Diba, yung sabi natin ang PE is a permanent establishment. And doon sa Section 2 ng Article 5, sinasabi niya doon na yung PE can be a branch, no? So, ano concept natin ng branch at saka home office? Di ba, kung local lang yan, the branch is not taxed. It is always consolidated in the home office. But remember in this case, that the concept of head office and branch is located in different countries. No? So there is a home office in one country and a branch in another country. So anong mangyayari kung i-tax mo yan lahat doon sa head office? So kawawa naman itong source country where the company is doing business. Wala siyang mapapala, no? Samantalang yung kanyang customer, yung market is saturated na nung company tapos wala pala siyang makukuha na tax. So anong mangyayari? Since it is considered a permanent establishment, even if it is a branch, no? It will be taxed in the source country. As noted earlier, this principle applies regardless of whether a tax administration adopts the authorized OECD approach. Ano yung authorized OECD approach? Ito yung nasa 2010 na alam nyo, ito yung maganda na nagle-lecture ka. Ikaw yung unang makikinabang. Why? Kasi aralin mo talaga lahat. No? Dati, hindi ko ito pinapansin. Ang permanent establishment, this permanent establishment, ayoko niyan. No? Pero ngayon, talagang ma-appreciate mo siya. Ang isusunod ko yung mismatching, mga hybrid mismatch. Yun pala yung mga recharacterization of transactions. No? Dati, hindi ko rin pinapansin. Kung hindi ako nag-aral ng international taxation, hindi ko ma-appreciate itong mga to. No? That's why kayo, you have a very good start. No? So, ano yung 2010 report on the attribution of profits to permanent establishment? Ito yung 2010. So, dito nakapaloob kung ano yung authorized OECD approach. No? There are two steps. Yung step 1 at saka step 2 na sa step 1, i-determine mo yung functions. Tapos yung step 2, i-determine mo kung arm's length yung remuneration. No? Kaya interrelated sila. Yung permanent establishment is Article 5 of the Model OECD Convention. Yung business related to business profits in Article 7 also of the Model OECD Convention. And Article 9 of the Model OECD Convention deals with associated enterprise. Yun yung source ng arm's length principle. Yun ang transfer pricing. So, magkasama yung mga yan. No? Magkasama. Kaya pag nag-aral ka ng transfer pricing, you cannot do away with the study also of permanent establishment. No? Okay. So ano yung authorized OECD approach or AOA? As explicated in the 2010 report on the attribution of profits to permanent establishment. No? So it has been established that a PE exists due to activities specified in Article 5, Paragraph 4 that are not preparatory or auxiliary in nature. So, sinasabi na nila na hindi preparatory and auxiliary. So, the attribution of profits to the PE should be determined under an analysis. Kaya mamayang hapon may mga analysis tayo on the issues. No? Ano yung mga issues? Example, yung mga pipes. Halimbawa, yung mga pipes, diyan dumadaan yung mga oil mo, no? Mga big oil companies. Dumadaan yan sa isang bansa. So, can that be taxed as a permanent establishment? No? So they are not preparatory or auxiliary in nature. The attribution of profit should be determined under an analysis of the amounts of revenue and expense that the PE would have recognized if it were a separate and independent enterprise. Kasi, since ang PE is a branch, ang sabi na nga natin, branch should be consolidated in the head office, but for purposes of taxing, no, of giving taxing rights to the source country, then we have to consider the PE or the permanent establishment as a separate and independent enterprise. Hindi na yan pwede dun sa accounting standards natin na branch should be consolidated and taxed in the head office. No? Okay. So, ano naman tong anti-fragmentation rule? Bakit naman nagkaroon ng fragmentation? Kasi, in order na maklasify mo na auxiliary and preparatory, so you have to fragmentize the business activities. So, ano yun? Chop-chop mo yung itliitan mo yung business activities para pasok pa siya doon sa fragmentation. So, pasok siya ngayon sa auxiliary and preparatory. Kasi isa-isa mo iniwalay mo No? So it prevents paragraph 4 from providing exception from PE status for activities that may be viewed in isolation as preparatory or auxiliary in nature, but that constitute part of a larger set of business activities. No? So sinadya na talagang ihiwalay, but that is part of the business activities conducted in the source country by the enterprise, no? Whether alone or with a closely related enterprise. If the combined activities constitute complementary functions that are part of a cohesive business operation. So ano naman ang pangontra ng OECD dun sa fragmentation? So yun yung anti-fragmentation rule. Constitute complementary functions, no? Halimbawa, sinapsap na nila, no? Iba yung delivery, iba yung display, iba yung warehousing. Pero it constitute complementary functions. So yung tatlong hinihiwalay-hiwalay nila na yan, complement each other. Why? Kasi sa warehouse, doon ka kukuha ng i-display mo, doon ka kukuha ng i-deliver mo, no? So complementary functions. So part of a cohesive business operation. So ano yun? Yan yung anti-fragmentation rule. So ano yun? Hindi mo pa rin siya consider na bawat isang function is preparatory and auxiliary. Why? Because that forms part of the whole business operation ng company. Okay. So Article 5, Paragraph 4, number 1, applies in two types of cases. No? First, it applies where the non-resident enterprise or a closely related enterprise already has a PE in the source country. No? And the activities in question constitute complementary functions that are part of a cohesive business operation. So determination will need to be made as to whether the activities of the enterprises give rise to one or more PEs in the source country. So the profits attributed to the PEs and subject to source taxation are the profits derived from the combined activities constituting complementary functions that are part of a cohesive business operation, considering the profits each one of them would have derived if they were a separate and independent enterprise performing its corresponding activities. So may mga examples tayo mamaya dito, no? Kasi yung ginawa naman nila dito, yung complementary functions nila, di ba sabi natin, nag-fragmentize sila, iniba-iba, no? But they are complementary with each other. Kaya, yung separate and independent enterprise, for performing its corresponding activities, buuhin mo yan, gawin mo siyang isa, and then saka mo siya i-tax, no? So, taking into account in particular the potential effect on those profits of the level of integration of these activities. Kasi integrate mo lahat yung business nila eh. Kung baga sa the whole business cycle, hindi mo mabuo yung isang business cycle na hindi mo sila i-integrate, no? Halimbawa, warehousing. Umpisa pa lang yun. Isang step pa lang yun para makomplete mo yung business cycle. I-warehouse mo yung inventory. Sunod, ano yun? I-display mo. Sunod, may order na. I-deliver mo. So, nabuo mo ngayon yung isang business cycle from the purchasing of the materials up to the display, up to the sales, up to the time that it goes back to cash, no? From cash to cash kasi ang whole business cycle natin. So, complementary sila siya with each other. That's why, anong sabi ng OECD, ano siya, since complementary, then you have to tax it as a PE, no? So, meron tayong example, actually. Mamaya. So, second type of case to which Article 5, Paragraph 4.1 applies is a case where there is no pre-existing PE. Walang existing na PE. Yung kanina may existing. Nandiyan na, may warehouse, may presence na sila, no? Pero dito sa pangalawa, walang pre-existing PE. But the combination of activities in the source country by the non-resident enterprise and closely related non-resident enterprises result in a cohesive business operation that is not merely preparatory or auxiliary in nature, no? So ano-ano 'yun? Paano mo malaman? Wala naman siyang PE pero cohesive business operation. So in such a case, a determination will need to be made as to whether the activities of the enterprise give rise to one or more PEs in the source country under Article 5, 4.1, no? So may examples din tayo dyan mamaya. So, paano mo ngayon itatax yung profits earned by this permanent establishment coming from the activity, no, na kinikeri nila kung separate and independent enterprise sila, no? So, you have to take into account potential effect on those profits on the level of integration of these activities. Alam nyo, sa iba, sa Korea, meron na silang tinatawag na yung ibang level ng computation ng profits or per phase of the activities. No? Halimbawa, yung ina-outsource nila yung mga spare parts. Doon pa lang sa outsourcing ng spare parts, meron na silang computation ng profit. Magkano ba yung cost at saka yung price, no? Doon sa activities na yan. So, nakaka-compute na sila ng profits. So, sa level of integration of the activities. Okay. Ito yung example. Illustrating attribution of profits to permanent establishment under Article 5, Paragraph 4. Ano yung Paragraph 4 natin? Ito yung sinasabi niya na auxiliary and preparatory lang yung activities ng company. Hence, it is not classified as permanent establishment. Then, the taxing authority of the source country cannot tax their activities kasi wala silang permanent establishment. Okay. So, example, there is a warehouse delivery, merchandising, and information collection activities. No? Kasi doon sa una, yung delivery, yung display, yung warehousing, consider lang siya as preparatory and auxiliary in nature. No? So, example. So, online company is a company resident in country R. So, pag sinabi natin country R, resident siya doon, no? Pag sinabi nating country S, yun ang source country. Yan siya nagbi-business. No? Sells goods through online platform. So, online na selling. Directly to customers in various markets, including country S. No? So, iba-ibang markets. Kasi pagka nasa online ka naman, hindi ka naman pwedeng mamili ng customer. No? Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na, ito yung online selling ko, exclusive lang to sa Philippines, hindi pwede yung ibang bansa. Ba't ka pa nag-online, no? So, hindi pwede. Lahat ng mga customers na gusto, all over the world, you have to cater on them, no? So, the goods are purchased from unrelated suppliers. So, yung meron siyang unrelated suppliers, hindi related parties. Online ko operates a warehouse in country S, which is staffed by 25 employees of online ko. So, itong purpose naman, itong warehouse sa country S, to cater to the customer sa country S, no? Although siguro may mga occasion din na nagdi-deliver din sila sa ibang bansa, no? So, online ko leases the warehouse from an unrelated owner. So, nire-rent nila yung warehouse. The employees handle the receipt of shipment from suppliers. Okay. Stocking of the goods and the execution of deliveries to customers in countries. So, ano na to? Complete business activities na. Kasi from the warehousing, tapos nag-stockan ng goods, tapos deliveries to customers, no? So, using independent delivery service providers in accordance with instructions from online co's head office. Oh, remember, ang ginagamit natin dito na term is head office, hindi parent and subsidiaries. Yung parent and subsidiaries, doon yan ginagamit sa associated enterprise. Doon yan sa Article 9 of this Model OECD Convention. Okay, so maliwanag yun Online Co also has an office in Country S, which is located in a different place than the warehouse. Online Co's office is staffed by 15 people, no? So, hindi pa niya sinama doon sa warehouse. Siyempre, mainit siguro yung warehouse. Nagbukod pa siya ng different place, no? Nandoon naman yung office, no? So, ano sabi natin kanina sa permanent establishment? Can be an office, can be a branch, no? So, can be a place of management. So, consider siya as permanent establishment. So, Online Co's office is staffed by 15 people, which are responsible for the merchandising of Online Co's products and the collection of information from Online Co's customers in countries. In short, doon sa isang country, sa country is, dalawa yung business presence ni Online Co. Isang warehouse at isang office, no? Doon sa office, meron siyang 15 na staff. Doon naman sa warehouse, meron siyang 25 na employees. Of course, iba-iba yung kanilang work, no? Kasi doon sa warehouse, delivery naman sila, warehousing. Dito naman sa office, ano naman ginagawa nila? Collection of information ng customers at saka merchandising, no? Sila naman yung nagbebenta. Pero ang delivery doon sa warehouse. Okay. So, ito na yung sinasabi natin na fragmentation. So, instead na ilagay mo sila sa isang lugar lang, hiniwalay mo. Bakit? Para maklasify siya na auxiliary and preparatory. But, anong sabi dito sa bagong binago yung ng OECD? Integration. So, i-integrate mo ngayon kahit hiniwalay nila, ito yung anti-fragmentation rule. No, kahit hiniwalay nila, ginawa nilang separate yung warehouse at saka yung office, but because of this 2018 na changes to this Article 5 o Paragraph 4 ng permanent establishment, then i-integrate mo sila and then they will still be classified as permanent establishment. Hindi na yung auxiliary and preparatory, no? Okay. Another, ito ang mga twist dito at saka ito yung mga importante. Kasi pag sinabi mo, oy, taxable ba itong company dito? This is a Swiss company. Ang sagot mo kagad, yes, kasi nagbi-business yan dito. No, napakarami mo pang titingnan. No, ano pa titingnan mo? May permanent establishment ba yan dito? At you consult the tax treaty. No? So, ano pa yung next na information dito sa scenario na to? There is a tax treaty in effect between country R and country S that prevents country S from taxing the business profits of an enterprise resident in country R. Kaya yung mga tax expert naman, if they want to put up a new branch or office, no? Mag-branch out sila, mag-expand sila ng business operations. They are looking after countries which have a favorable tax treaties. No? So yun naman, para naman makatipid sila ng taxes. So tax treaty is a very important consideration in international tax planning. Kaya yung mga gusto pang to expand their knowledge, yung tax treaty, international taxation, permanent establishment, magkakasama ninyo yan na aralin, no? So, enterprise resident and country are except for profits attributable to a PE of that enterprise in country S, no? So, sabi nila hindi pwedeng i-tax sa country S, online ko kasi meron tayong tax treaty between country R and country S na hindi mo siya pwedeng i-tax, no? Kasi sa Article 7, business profits, pag resident in country R, doon lang siya pwede i-tax, hindi pwede i-tax sa country S. But there is an exception, and what is that exception? Pwede siyang i-tax sa source country, sa country S, kung meron siyang permanent establishment. So, anong pag-aawayan nyo dito? Pag ikaw yung taxing authority, hanapin mo, show or prove that there is a permanent establishment, so you have now the taxing rights to tax the business, no? Para may makolekta ka. Kasi kung hindi ka maghirap, pabayaan mo lang na permanent establishment yan. May tax treaty tayo. Ano yan? Exempt. Puro exempt ka lang. If you try to look at, no? Ako hindi naman sa sinasabi ko na ganito, no? Pero, inaral ko kasi ito no? And for your information, ang daming foreign companies in the Philippines, no? 232 pages yung nag-gather ko na foreign establishment. And they are, nagtatago sila sa umbrella ng permanent establishment na hindi sila permanent establishment, and the Philippines cannot tax them, no? Bakit ko na in love sa transfer pricing? Because I was once head of the registration po ng concurrent registration at saka assessment po ako sa RDO 39, which is the only unique district in this country, Philippines. Why? Because RDO 39 is the one in charge of processing registration of international transactions. Nandiyan yan sa RDO 39 because the RDO 39 ang may sakop ng BIR National Office. So instead na pupunta doon sa National Office, administrative lang yung National Office, lahat ng mga registration requirements, lahat ng mga babayaran na international transactions, pupunta yan sa RDO 39. At nakita ko doon, ang dami talagang hindi natatax. Especially yung mga companies na yun, nagtatago sila sa exemption, itong mga exemptions na to. Pero kung talagang titingnan mo naman at alamin mo, hindi sila exempt. Why? Because you have to prove na lang dito sa permanent establishment na they have a permanent establishment here in the Philippines. They are distributing goods, they are warehousing, they are delivering. Pwede nang i-tax. Pero sabi nila, ay hindi kami kasi wala kami permanent establishment dito. Auxiliary lang kami. Wala na, patay na. No? Yung 232 pages. If you try to look at magkano na binabayaran. Withholding lang. No? Tingnan mo. Sabi nila, ay ma'am, laki naman ang binabayad namin na withholding. O, yung withholding, hindi nyo pera yan. Ha? Pera yan ng supplier nyo. Pera yan ng empleyado nyo. Winithhold nyo lang and then remit nyo sa BIR. That is not your own money. No? So, under the treaty, the profits attributable to a PE are the profits that the PE would have derived if it were a separate and independent enterprise engaged in the same or similar activities under the same or similar conditions, taking into account the functions performed. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo, yung Article 5 is also related to Article 7, business profits, and Article 9, associated enterprises. Ano tong sinasabi dito na functions performed, assets used, and risk assumed? Ito yung comparability factors ng transfer pricing. Kaya nga, interrelated sila. Pag nag-study ka ng transfer pricing, you have to study also permanent establishment. No? So, taking into account the functions performed, assets used, and risk assumed by the enterprise through the permanent establishment and through other parts of the enterprise. No? So, the treaty definition of PE includes the changes to Article 5, Paragraph 4, of the Model Tax Convention recommended in the report on Action 7, including the addition of paragraph 4.1. So thank you very much na in-amend, no? Ito, kaya nga ang title ng update natin ngayon is Additional Guidance on Permanent Establishment. No? Because yung pinag-aralan natin doon sa Transfer Pricing and Permanent Establishment, yun lang yung Article 5, no? Permanent establishment. Hindi natin yung pagbabago noong 2018, hindi natin na tackle. So, ito yun. Okay. So, other information. There is a tax treaty in effect between country R and country S that prevents country S from taxing the business profits of enterprise resident in country R except for profits attributable to PE of that enterprise in country S. So, pag ikaw si country S, ano yung hahanapin mo? Hahanapin mo and prove it na may PE, may permanent establishment, si online ko dito sa country mo. Why? Because it will give you your taxing right. No? Pag wala, natutulog ka sa pansitan, hindi mo alam kung ano yung permanent establishment, then pinabayaan mo lang pag sinabi niya na, wala kaming permanent establishment, you cannot tax us. Okay lang. Wala. Billion-billion mo na taxes, hindi mo na kolekta. No? Kawawa. Kawawang Juan. No? Ayoko nang ilagay yung si Juan Tamad eh. Kaya yung si Juan Masipag, yun na yung gusto ko. No? Kasi sabi ko, wrong yung inaral ng DepEd noon na nilagay nila sa mga libro yung sa mga bata pa lang, Juan Tamad. Kaya tingnan mo, naging Juan Tamad. Kasi yun na yung concept na tinuro eh. Pero yung nilagay nila sana doon na positive, Juan Masipag. Masipag yung tao. Alam nyo, ang laki ng word, yung labeling. Yung labeling, that's an intangible. Pag nilabel mo ang tao, ay, wala kang kwenta. Ay, wala kang kwenta yun. Pero pag nilabel mo yung tao na, ay, napakagaling mo, ang galing-galing mo, dami mo nagawa. Tingnan mo, it boasts him, his moral, and then nagiging makwenta na siya. Pag sinabi mo walang kwenta nga. Kaya yung labeling is very important. That's why kahit na yung labeling ng products is considered as intangible, that's why yung labeling is also registered in the WIPO, no? At also in the Intellectual Property Office. So it's very, very strong influence on the product. So it has also a strong influence sa tao pag nilabel mo na tamad, Juan Tamad. So, kaya tuloy naging tamad. Kaya dapat tanggalin natin si Juan Tamad. Kaya meron tayo ditong subscriber na Juan ang Masipag. Every time na nandyan siya, tutuwa ako. Kasi, sino nga yun? Si Juan ang Masipag, ano, Hari? Oo, di ba? Juan ang Masikap. Eh, siyempre, yun ang pangontra kay Juan Tamad, si Juan ang Masikap, di ba? So, yeah. So, iba naman yung masikap sa masipag, di ba? So, which is which? Masikap o masipag? Pareho namang positive yun eh, no? Pero para sa akin siguro mas maano yung masikap. Kasi yung masikap medyo madiskarte yun eh. Yung masipag, sipag lang, walang diskarte. So, assets used and risk assumed by the enterprise through the permanent establishment and through other parts of the enterprise. No? So, the treaty definition of PE includes the changes to Article 5, Paragraph 4 of the MTC recommended. Yan, ito na ha. Yun na yung maganda. Kasi ito na yung changes sa Article 5.4 and also the addition sa Paragraph 4.1. No? Ito yung anti-fragmentation rule. Kaya medyo may pag-asa na yung mga bansa dito sa Article 5 ng permanent establishment. Kasi dati, kaya din siguro tinatamad sila kasi pag ginamit mo yung Article 5, permanent establishment, may pamatay na paragraph 4, wala ka rin makolekta. Kasi sasabihin lang na auxiliary, preparatory, wala ka na makolekta. But since ngayon, na tinanggal na yung preparatory auxiliary, ginawa ng core business activities, may anti-fragmentation rule pa. So medyo maliwanag na yung taxing rights ng isang bansa. No? So analysis. Diyos ko, layo pa natin sa ating discussion. No? Slide 21 pa lang tayo. Isang 40 minutes na lang. Sige, hindi natin ito matapos. Reading nyo na lang yung iba. Lahat ba hari na padalhan ng PowerPoint? Kasi, Anyway, yung mga explanations na explain ko naman sa inyo. And alam nyo yung aral, it's an individual, ano yan eh, initiative, no? Yung makinig ka ng lecture, guide lang yun. Pero yung how you study at saka i-inculcate mo talaga sa mind mo, mag-additional research ka talaga, no? Ako para mas maintindihan ko pa, di ba, sa transfer pricing ngayon, may live streaming kami na we discuss about cases, we discuss about issues, no? Discuss mo lang yung cases, discuss mo lang yung issues, what for? And then, na-resolve na yun ng court. May mga deliberation na, may mga presentation of evidence na. So, ito na yung nangyari. Hindi mo ma-appreciate. Anong ina-appreciate ko? No? Nire-research namin yan ni Harry, yung mga companies. Ano ba itong mga companies na to? Anong mga ginagawa nila? And then, halimbawa, meron niyang mga cases already decided in court. Halimbawa, tax appeal pa lang yan, Court of Tax Appeal. Tinitingnan namin kung sa current, meron ng current na sinampa na nila doon sa Supreme Court, no? O kaya yung updates, no? So, ganon, i-elaborate nyo, palakihin nyo yung scope para mas lalo nyo maintindihan, no? So, analysis, provided that the business activities carried on by online co at the warehouse and at the office constitute complementary functions. So, ano naman yung sinasabi na complementary functions? Part of a cohesive business operation. The warehouse and the office, the warehouse and the office constitute 2 PEs in country S under Article 5, Paragraph 1 of the MTC, as each of these locations is a fixed place of business through which the business of online co is partly carried on. Anong sabi naman dito sa analysis? Yung office at saka yung warehouse, dalawa siya na separate na permanent establishment. So kung dalawa siyang permanent establishment, ano yung gagawin mo? If you are the resident country, you have to tax both of them. Pero paano mo naman sila i-tax? Saan manggagaling yung business nila? Integrated sila eh. Isang business lang sila. So isang sales. Wala namang sales yung office. O wala namang sales yung warehouse. Ang nagmamanage yung office. So paano mo i-tax ngayon sila separately? No? Ang gagawin mo naman, complementary functions. No? Pag sinabi mo complementary functions, then they will be taxed as one. No? So, depende na yan sa presentation. But of course, they have to pay taxes in the source country or in country S because you can prove now that they have a business permanent establishment. No? Okay. And you have to prove also that the activities is not preparatory or auxiliary character. Yan yung kay online ko. Ano ba to si online ko? Di ba siya yung may warehouse na may 25 employees and then sineparate niya, siya din yung may office na may 15 employees. No? So sabi dito sa analysis, dalawang permanent establishment. Pero you have to prove din talaga na hindi sila preparatory and auxiliary character. Which is very glaring naman no, doon sa activities. Okay. So, under Article 7, profits attributable to the warehouse or PE of online co are those that the PE would have derived if it were a separate and independent enterprise performing the same storage and delivery activities. So, ano to? Ito yung sinasabi na Article 7, i-determine mo yung business profits. And then, ano naman tong i-treat mo sila as independent enterprise? This is Article 9 of the Associated Enterprise. That is transfer pricing. Kaya tingnan nyo, magkarugtong, dugtong yan. Article 5, permanent establishment. Article 7, business profits. Article 9, associated enterprises, transfer pricing. No? Kaya sa authorized OECD approach, step 1 and step 2, transfer pricing, business profits, Article 5, permanent establishment. Yung tatlong article nandyan, magkakasama yan. No? So, under step 1 of the authorized OECD approach, ayan, is analysis na tayo nung online ko. The functional and factual analysis shows that online costs personally located in country R deal with the purchasing of goods from unrelated suppliers and the sale of goods to third-party customers. No? So yun yung ginagawa nila. Online cost head office is hypothesized to have online cost rights and obligations arising from the transactions between online co and the unrelated suppliers and also between online co and its customers. So ano na lang role ng head office? So siya pa rin yung may risk, no? At saka may obligation sa unrelated suppliers, no? At saka sa customers. Kasi at saka siya pa rin yung decision making. Pagdating ng decision making, ito yung sinasabi natin na significant people functions. Why significant people functions? Kasi sila yung nagpapatakbo ng kumpanya. Sila yung utak. Sila yung nag-iisip papaano gagana, papaano paganahin yung company. No? Sandali lang po. Magsaing ka na. Sige. Kasi 11:25 na, baka mamaya wala kaming kakainin. Sige. Okay. So, accordingly, online cost head office is hypothesized to have online cost rights and obligations arising from the transactions between online co, unrelated suppliers, and online co and its customers. So, yun naman yung role ng head office. Pag tinignan natin, ay, madali lang yung role ng head office, but tingnan nyo, when you try to analyze the risk, ang pinakamalaki dito na role is the head office. Why? Kasi siya lahat. No? Kaya ang pinakamalaki din nakita nasa head office din. No? Kasi when there is risk, high risk means high rewards. And who owns the risk also owns the rewards. No? Kaya maganda rin na consideration dito yung risk. No? Ang risk management. No? Try to study also risk management. Ha? Kasi napaka-importante niyan dyan sa tatlong mga pinag-uusapan natin na yan. Kasi tingnan mo, sa step 1 pa lang sa authorized OECD approach, nandyan na sila. Yung functions performed, yung risk assumed, the assets used, nandyan. Which are the 5 comparability factors? Yung sinasabi ko sa inyo doon sa basic transfer pricing pa lang, na meron tayong tinatawag na comparability factors. And the heart of transfer pricing is comparability analysis. So you memorize the comparability factors. Ano yung mga comparability factors na pinag-usapan natin doon? Yun yung characteristics or nature of the property or services, whether tangible or intangible. We have the functions, assets, risk, no, or the FAR analysis. We have the economic conditions, the contractual terms, and the business strategies. Yung 5 na yan na comparability analysis factors. Aralin nyo yan, magamit nyo yan sa transfer pricing, magamit nyo din yan sa business permanent establishment, magamit nyo rin yan sa business profits. Hindi lang isa, sa international taxation, gamit nyo yan lahat. Okay. So, analysis, personnel ng PE, sila yung nagli-list na warehouse, nag-hire ng independent service providers, nagdi-deliver. So, in short, ano yun? Yun yung mga core functions ng isang business, no? Functional and factual analysis also demonstrates that significant people functions relevant to the management of the warehouse are performed by the personnel in the PE in country S. Ano yung mga significant people functions? Ito yung approve sila ng sales sa customer, no? Kasi sila yung nagdi-deliver sa customer. Accordingly, the PE is hypothesized to be the economic owner of the warehouse. Ano yung hypothesize? Di ba pag nag-hypothesize ka, ano yung basis mo? Ano yung basis mo? Parang wala kang factual na basis, no? You just hypothesize. Hypothesis lang, parang nag-assume ka lang, no? So, PE is hypothesized to be the economic owner of the warehouse. Pag sinabi mo naman na hypothesize, of course, that can be challenged. And when you challenge the hypothesis, you have to show proof. Pero pag wala ka namang proof, even if it is a hypothesis, and walang nagcha-challenge, then it can be taken as it is, no? Kasi hindi mo naman ma-challenge. So, ibig sabihin, yung hypothesis na yan is true. No? Okay. Step 1 of the authorized OECD approach requires recognition of internal dealing between the PE and the head office. No? Ano yung internal dealings? Yung connection nila, no? Relationship. Kaya nga sabi natin, Article 9, Associated Enterprise, parents and subsidiaries. So, ano yung internal dealings? Ano nila? Transactions, no? The PE and the head office, so the dealing is hypothesized as the provision of storage and delivery services by the warehouse PE to the head office. The internal dealing is manifested by the external, no, action. At ano yung external action dito? Storage and delivery. So, minsan, meron niyang mga contracts, meron niyang mga sinasabi, kaya nga sabi natin, substance over form. So, in this case, ang substance talaga dito, storage and delivery. Kasi yun yung action nila, yun ang ginagawa nila. No? Kaya sabi ko sa inyo, transfer pricing is economic taxation, just like here, no? Sa permanent establishment. Why? Pag sinabi mo kasi economic taxation, it deals with the economic activities of the enterprise. No? Ano na sa economic activities? Titingnan mo ngayon, ano ba yung activities nila? Does it have commercial substance? Kasi kung wala, then it's not business. No? You have to reclassify the transaction. So under step 2 of the authorized OECD approach, the guidance in the transfer pricing guideline. No? Ano yung transfer pricing guideline natin? Ito yung OECD transfer pricing guidelines for multinational enterprises and tax administrations, and the latest is 2017. No? It is applied by analogy to determine the arm's length pricing of the internal dealing between the PE and the head office. At pag sinabi mo na arm's length pricing, anong ibig sabihin? The pricing of the goods and services between related parties should be at par, should be the same with the pricing of goods and services between independent parties. And that is a very, very authoritative statement of the Article 9 of the Model OECD Transfer Pricing Guidelines, and it is internationally accepted. The arm's length principle is internationally accepted. No? So pag sinabi mo internationally accepted in the context of pacta sunt servanda, pagka inaccept na ng isang bansa, then they have to respect it, no? Sa political law. Okay. So in this case, that pricing would equal the amount that Online Co would have had to pay if it had obtained the storage and delivery services from an independent enterprise in country S, no? So attributing to such service provider ownership of the assets of Online Co related to such functions and assumptions of the risk of Online Co related to such functions. Hindi ka na pupunta sa iba no? Kaya very important, establish mo na kaagad anong functions, no? Diba, itong Online Co, dito siya sa Pilipinas. Ito yung source country niya. Establish mo na kaagad yung functions. Ano yung functions niya? Saan mo yan makikita? Sa registration niya sa SEC. Saan mo makikita yung functions? Sa mayor's permit niya. Ano ba yung kinuha niya ng permit? Ano ba ginagawa niya? Delivery siya. O, pag sinabi mo delivery, ano ba ginagawa mo delivery? Siyempre, deliver mo yung goods and service or the services depending on the line of business ng company. No? So, very, very important po yung functions. Umpisa pa lang. No? So, functions, the assumption of risk. No? Sa assumption of risk kasi, kahit sabihin mo na iba yung gusto mo ipakita na form, but sa assumption of risk, pinapakita niya yung totoong substance ng transactions. No? Kaya ang daming parang dealings or internal dealings na kung baga sa hindi mo siya i-taken as it is because of the assumption of risk. No? So sa risk pa lang, ang dami mo ma-discover na true dealings between the company or the associated enterprise or the related parties. So Article 7, profits attributable to the office PE. Yun naman, kanina warehouse yun no? So ngayon sa office naman, the permanent establishment of online co are those that the PE would have derived it if were separate and independent enterprise performing merchandising and collection of information activities. So magkano ba yung kikitain mo kung independent parties ka? Siyempre, babayaran ka ng head office ng fee on the merchandising and collection of information. No? So, step 1 of the authorized OECD approach, yun yung functional and factual analysis. So, yung functions, anong ginagawa mo? Collection, information, merchandising and collection of information activities. No? So, yung office PE is responsible for merchandising and collection of information. So, PE is hypothesized to have online costs, rights, and obligation arising from any dealings with unrelated parties in the process of providing merchandising and collection. So may risk din siya. Why? Because along the way, kung mag-provide ka ng merchandising and collection of information services, ano yung mga risk mo na ma-encounter mo in dealing with your customers? No? So iba-iba yan. Sa merchandising and then the collection of information services, may mga risk ka dyan na yung information hindi mo makuha because of this Data Privacy Act. Halimbawa, bawal na bawal mangialam sa mga information. You can be sued, no? Pwede kang mademanda. And then we have the analysis that significant people functions relevant to the management of the office are performed by personnel in the PE in country S. Ano yung significant people functions? Yun yung importante na functions ng mga tao. Ano yun? Decision making. No? Kasi kung walang decision making yan, ano pang magawa nila, matapos nila? No? Can they conclude sales kung wala silang decision making? No? So mahirapan na mag-operate yung permanent establishment in the Philippines kung walang significant people functions yung mga personnel. No? So PE is hypothesized to be the economic owner of the office. Since merong significant people functions yung mga personnel doon sa office, then they are the economic owner of the office. Why? Kasi nagdi-decision sila eh, no? So, step 1 of the authorized OECD approach requires recognition of internal dealing between the PE and the head office. So, ano naman yung internal dealings between the PE and the head office? Ito yung relationship nila, no? So, syempre, siya yung head office. Branch ka lang, no? PE ka lang. Susunod ka ng sunod doon sa head office. Dealing is hypothesized as the provision of merchandising and collection of information services by the office PE to the head office. Sino ba ang nagbigay ng authority para mangolekta ka and ng information at saka mag-provide ka ng merchandising sa the head office, no? Siya talaga yung nagbigay ng authority to the branch. So, step 2 of the authorized OECD approach, ito na yung guidance and transfer pricing, ha? Yan na yung step 2. Dalawang steps lang itong authorized OECD approach. Yung first step, i-determine mo yung functions, assets, risk ng company. Yung step 2 naman, i-determine mo yung arm's length remuneration. Ano yung arm's length remuneration? Yun yung sabi natin na yun yung independent party remuneration. No? Hindi yung between related parties lang. Kaya dyan ang ako na-submission pag gumagawa ako ng transfer pricing analysis. Eh. No? Yung talagang hindi arm's length. And then sabihan mo yung company owner or yung officers, sir, mag-adjust tayo kasi hindi kayo arm's length. No, we will just answer it during the LA. Eh, siyempre, pag ikaw yung gumagawa, anong magiging recommendation mo? Ilagay mo na lang doon that I recommend that the gross profit rate should be adjusted. No? Kasi napakababa ng gross profit rate o kaya yung comparable uncontrolled price nila, napakababa ng kanilang renta, no? Compared doon sa independent parties na rental, napakalayo. O kaya yung kanilang remuneration, yung salaries, napakalayo doon sa independent na mga salaries, no? So, in that case, since you have to recommend, no, that the arm's length principle should be applied, then i-recommend mo talaga na hindi sila arm's length. No? Kasi hindi naman ibig sabihin na binabayaran kanila. Kahit ano na lang yung resulta ng study mo, you have to please them. Ko, hindi po pwede. Why? Because pag umabot na sa court yung study mo, you will be summoned by the court to testify before it and then explain your work. Kung sinunod mo lang yung gusto ng kliyente mo, you will be put in trouble, no? Kaya ako nag-a-advance, ano talaga ako dyan, isip-isip, no? Kasi sabi ko, pagdating na sa korte, hindi naman sila yung haharap, ikaw. No? Sila, marami silang pera, may pambayad sila sa penalties, ikaw. No? Kaya you have to protect yourself also pagdating na sa mga ganyang mga trabaho. So in this case, such pricing would equal the amount that online co would have had to pay if it had obtained the same merchandising and collection of information services from independent enterprise in country S. So, ayan na po. Apply mo yung arm's length principle. No? Okay. Attribution of profits to permanent establishment resulting from changes to Article 5, Paragraph 5 and the commentary. Ano naman itong Paragraph 5 ng commentary? Ito yung matter of policy where activities intermediary exercises in a country are intended to result in regular conclusion of contracts. Ito naman sa conclusion ng contracts performed by a foreign enterprise, that enterprise should be considered to have sufficient taxable nexus, no, connection in that country unless the intermediary is performing these activities in the course of an independent business. No? So detailed commentary that appear in this report will address commissioner arrangement and similar strategies to better reflect this policy. Ano naman yung Article 5, Paragraph 5? At saka yung Article 5, Paragraph 6. Tingnan natin dito sa Model OECD Tax Convention. So Article 5, ano sabi dito? Notwithstanding the provision of Paragraph 1 and 2, where a person other than an agent, so it talks about agent, no, of an independent status to whom Paragraph 6 applies, is acting on behalf of an enterprise and has and habitually exercises. Ito yung habitual exercise ng agent ng kanyang independent business. No? Contracting state and an authority to include contracts in the name of the enterprise, that enterprise shall be deemed to have a permanent establishment. No? So may permanent establishment na siya, especially kung yung agent na yan can conclude contracts in the name of the enterprise. No? So in that state, in respect of any activities which that person undertakes for the enterprise, unless, ito na yung sabi ko sa inyo na pag nabasa kayo ng batas, be very careful sa salitang unless, however, but, no? Kasi sinabi na niya yon, itong unless, ito na yung opposite. So unless the activities of such person are limited to those mentioned in Paragraph 4, ayun, balik na naman yung pamatay na Paragraph 4, which if exercised through a fixed place of business would not make this fixed place of business a permanent establishment under the provision of that paragraph. But remember, yung article, Paragraph 4 in amenda, no, yung auxiliary and preparatory character. Ano naman yung number 6? Enterprise shall not be deemed to have a permanent establishment in a contracting state merely because it carries on business in that state through a broker. So yung number 5, through an agent. Yung number 6, through a broker. No? General commission on an agent or any other agent of an independent status provided that such persons are acting in the ordinary course of the business. So yun ang sinasabi ng Article 5 and Article 6. No? So yung Article 5 is the agent, no? Independent business. Yung Article 6 naman yun yung broker, no? Okay. So, report on Action 7, enterprises sa PE in contracting state where a person acts in that state on behalf of the enterprise. And in doing so, habitually conclude contracts or habitually place principal role leading to the conclusion of contracts that are routinely concluded without material modification by the enterprise. So yung agent dito sa Pilipinas nakakapag-conclude ng kontrata, halimbawa sales, in behalf of the head office. No? The contracts either in the name of the enterprise or for the transfer of goods or services by the enterprise. Okay. So a PE will not be deemed to exist under Article 5, Paragraph 5, if the person acting, na yan na naman na, ito na naman yung, mag-iiba na naman yung Article 5. Acting in a contracting state for the enterprise is doing so in the ordinary course of its business, no? As an independent agent. Kasi pag independent agent ka, and then ano ba yung ordinary course of business mo? Nag-i-agent ka, hindi lang sa isang company, sa lahat, no? Kasi yun lang talagang business mo. Halimbawa ako, tax consultant ako. Para masabi ko na I am an independent tax consultant, marami akong client, hindi lang ako nakafocus dun sa isa, no? Pero, so in that case, walang permanent establishment. Pero kung halimbawa, agent ka, tapos nakafocus ka lang doon sa isang client mo, and then ikaw pa nag-conclude ng contract in behalf of that client, then magkakaroon na ng permanent establishment na status. At ano yung mangyayari pag permanent establishment status na? You can now be taxed by the source state. Kung saan ka may business, pwede ka nang i-tax. No? Okay. So changes made to Article 5 and 5.6 have modified the threshold for the existence of a deemed PE under Article 5.5. So they have not modified the nature of the deemed PE. The non-resident enterprise shall be deemed to have a permanent establishment in the state in which the dependent agent acts on its behalf in respect of any activities which that person undertakes for the non-resident enterprise. So, syempre, exclusive na siya o yun lang ginagawa niya. So, siya na yung magiging permanent establishment na yun dito sa source state niya. Any approach how to attribute profits to PE that is deemed to exist under the pre-BEPS version of Article 5.5 should therefore be applicable to PE that is deemed to exist under the post-BEPS version of Article 5.5. At ano yun? Pag dependent agent ka, consider na talaga ng permanent establishment. No? Kasi ikaw na yung nagko-conclude ng contract dito sa Pilipinas, and then hindi na ordinary business mo, no? Kasi parang isa na lang yung kinikater mo, hindi ka na nakikater sa iba pang client. Then, permanent establishment na yung classification. Okay. So, determine na that there is really a permanent establishment. So, one of the effects of paragraph 5 will typically be the rights and obligation resulting from the contracts. No? So, ano yung rights and obligation dun sa contracts? So, lahat ng mga obligations na kasama doon, dapat gampanan na nung agent. No? So, will be properly allocated to the permanent establishment. So, ano na yung i-allocate mo sa permanent establishment? The permanent establishment, since taxable na siya, should pay tax. No? So, it is important to note that this does not necessarily mean that the entire profits resulting from the performance of this contract should be attributed. Ang ibig sabihin, hindi ibig sabihin na yung buong profits is attributable. No? So ano yung case natin kagabi? Yung Bush and Lamb, no? na gusto ng US na yung business profits niya sa Hong Kong or sales income niya, foreign-based income sa Hong Kong, ipasama niya doon sa US. No? So, dinala sa korte. Ano sabi ng korte? Hindi dapat. No? But in the assessment also of the Internal Revenue Service, hindi lahat ng income ng Bush and Lamb Hong Kong sinama niya. No? Which is also may basis. No? So, anong sabi dito? It is not necessarily mean that the entire profits resulting from the performance of this contract should be attributed to permanent establishment. So meron ding profits na hindi attributed to the permanent establishment. No? That's why yung sabi ko sa inyo na be prepared with your segmentation ng financial information kasi yung segmented financial statement will save you from a lot of trouble, especially in this scenario. No? The determination of the profits attributable to permanent establishment resulting from application of Article 5.5 will be governed by the rules of Article 7. Ano yung Article 7? Business profits. No? So, required activities performed by other enterprise by the rest of the enterprise to which the permanent establishment belongs be properly remunerated. Ano naman yung pagkatapos ng Article 7? Article 9 naman, no? Bakit? Sabi niya, be properly remunerated. So pag sinabi mong be properly remunerated, you have to apply the arm's length principle. And what is that arm's length principle? Yan yung principle that the related party transaction should be at par or similar with the independent party transactions. No? Okay. So ano itong mga profits attributable to permanent establishment? No? So, if it were a separate and independent enterprise performing activities that dependent agent performs on behalf of the non-resident enterprise. Bakit? Kasi it might be, since integrated yung kanilang functions, it might be that the permanent establishment, wala lang income. Bakit? Nandoon sa ibang company. So, profits to be attributed to PE under Article 5.5 should be determined in accordance with Article 7. No? So profits attributable to PE are those that PE would have derived if it were a separate and independent enterprise. No? Okay. Sana tayo, yung mga examples, basahin nyo na lang yan, ha? Kasi, kulang yung time natin, but itong 110 slides natin, basahin nyo po to so that to augment, no, yung ating mga nalalaman. Okay. So about, lalo-lalo yung risk allocation, no? So yun yung very important consideration. May mga examples dito eh. Okay. So ito yung isang sample, administrative approaches to enhance simplification. Nasusundan mo, Hari? Okay. Okay. So ano itong administrative approaches to enhance simplification? Convenient ways of recognizing the existence of a PE under Article 5. Ano yung Article 5? Di ba ito yung agent? Yung Article 5.5, paragraph 6 naman, yan yung broker, no? So, collecting appropriate amount of tax resulting from the activity of intermediary. So, ano yung 2010 Profit Attribution Report? No? Meron siyang guidance sa authorized OECD approach. Ano yung OECD approach naman? Yun yung 2 steps, no? Na yung first step, yun yung you determine the functions, and then yung second step, you determine the arm's length remuneration or compensation. No? Okay. So, PE cannot be dismissed as inconsequential, and nothing in the guidance should be interpreted as preventing host countries from continuing or adopting the kind of administratively convenient procedure mentioned above. Ano yung sinasabi na host countries dito? Yung convenient procedure daw nila to determine kung may PE o wala. No? So, for instance, a number of countries actually collect tax only from the intermediary, even though the amount of tax is calculated by reference to activities of both the intermediary and the Article 5. paragraph 5. No? So, very important po yan. And yung sabi dito, yung host country reporting obligations, yun na yung you have to visit also the domestic law ng country. And since in this case, between countries too, you have to consult immediately the tax treaties. No? Example is illustrating the attribution of profits to deemed permanent establishment under Article 5.5. Okay, so may mga examples dito, no? Ito yung commissioner structure, yun ang commission lang. No? Sige. Siguro ito yung last natin na explanations, no? Kasi we're running out of time. 5 minutes na lang, no? So isang case lang to. So trade co, company resident in country R, buys and sells widgets. Ano yung widgets? Yung apps, no? Sell co, commonly owned company resident in country S, no? So resident siya in country S. So dapat sa R siya, no? Country R kasi resident pala siya eh. So performs marketing and sales activities on behalf of trade co. Si sales co kasi nasa country S siya kasi siya din yung may marketing and sales activities, no? On behalf of trade co. As commissioner. So sell co sells widgets in its own name to buyers in country S but is able to rely on trade co under the commissioner agreement to satisfy the obligation to deliver the widgets to the buyers. Selco does not own the wages at any point, nor does it have any entitlement to the amounts paid by the buyers for the widgets. So the amounts belong to TradeCo. Personnel of Selco are responsible for warehousing the inventory. Ito na ha. Di ba, i-determine mo na kaagad kung may PE siya, permanent establishment. So si Selco, siya yung may warehousing, may inventory, and monitoring, no, levels. For the purposes of this example, it is assumed that TradeCo pays Selco a commission equal to a percentage of the sales revenue received by TradeCo from sales made by Selco on behalf of TradeCo in country S. No, so percentage of sale ang sabi na ibayad ni TradeCo kay Selco. Okay. Solely of its activities for TradeCo. No? So, solely for its activities of TradeCo. So, ano yun? Dependent siya or independent? TradeCo has no operation of its own in country S and makes no sales to customers in country S other than those made by Selco on its behalf. So, si TradeCo, wala talaga siyang operation sa country S. Sino yung may operation? Si Selco. So, ano niya si Selco dito? Ano ni TradeCo? No? Buys and sells widgets. Si Selco is the commonly owned company. Commonly owned company ni TradeCo. No? So, resident in country S. Siya yung nagmamarketing ang nagsisales. So, si TradeCo, walang ginagawa. Si Selco ang gumagawa ng activities niya. Okay. So, may tax treaty. Si country R and country S. Prevents country S from taxing the business profits. Yan yung Article 7, no? Ng Model Convention. Taxing the business profits of enterprise resident in country R, except for profit attributable to PE of that enterprise in country S. So, hindi, yun kasi ang exception doon sa Article 7 eh. Yung Article 7, business profits. So, sabi, pagka may tax treaty, yung resident country lang ang pwedeng mag-tax ng income ng kanyang resident kahit galing yun sa country S or sa source country. But may exception. At ano yung exception na yan? Kung mayroong permanent establishment. So if you are country S, ikaw yung source country, diyan kumukuha ng income sa'yo, para matax mo itong si foreign company, i-prove mo siya ngayon na mayroon siyang permanent establishment in your country, no? Or may PE siya. So under the treaty, the profits attributable to PE are the profits that PE would have derived kung independent enterprise siya, hindi siya branch, no? So same or similar condition, take into account the functions performed. So yun yung step 1 ng authorized OECD approach, no? So tingnan mo kung ano yung functions performed, as it's used, is assume ng enterprise through the permanent establishment para makita mo kung permanent establishment pa siya o hindi. No? So, analysis, si TradeCo has a PE in country S. No? So, may permanent establishment siya through CELCO. No? Kasi si CELCO habitually concludes contracts in behalf of TradeCo for the sale of goods by TradeCo, and CELCO does not do so as an independent agent. Bakit hindi siya independent agent? Kasi under monitoring, under approval siya ni TradeCo, no? So okay, so sa step 1 ng authorized OECD approach, you have to determine the functional and factual analysis. So ano yung functional and factual analysis ni TradeCo? Si CELCO is concluded sales on behalf of TradeCo, no? So, merong permanent establishment. PE is hypothesized to have TradeCo's rights and obligation and arising from the transactions between TradeCo and final customers, no? So, merong permanent establishment. No, since it's already 12 o'clock, sabi ko may mga examples dyan. Ito, example 3. Anyway, yung mga natira naman natin are only examples, no? So, ito naman, sale of advertising on a website. Ito, makaka-relate kayo dito because marami ng mga websites ngayon, no? Yung mga nagbebenta din ng mga advertisement, nagpo-provide ng mga services. So, you can relate on that. And, ito, another example is the procurement of goods, no? Ng intermediaries. So, trade code din ito. Ano itong mga examples na to? You can match this with your actual na scenario or actual na transactions. If it happens, ma-relate mo sila, no? So, with that, I would like to say thank you po sa mga viewers natin. Ilan na yung viewers natin, Hari, right now? 68, no? So, with that, I would like to say thank you po sa ating 68 na viewers. Lahat yan naka-time in.
83 nga ma'am yung time.
Okay. So, sige. So, lahat yan naka-time in for the certificate. Kasi ang dami pa na, ma'am, hindi kami naka-time in. Pwede ba kami kumuha ng certificate? May rules naman po tayo, no? Pag hindi kayo nakakompleto, hindi kami magbibigay ng certificate of attendance, no? So, better luck next time na lang. Pag next time, meron kayong kompleto na attendance, then bibigyan naman namin kayo ng certificate, no? But for those na hindi naman talaga kompleto at hindi naka-attendance, hindi po kami magbibigay ng certificate of attendance, no? Okay, so with that, I would like to say thank you po sa lahat ng mga viewers natin. And this afternoon, at 2 o'clock to 4, meron pa din po tayo. Anyway, since updates lang naman to, much as I would like to na magkaroon tayo ng mga question and answers, hindi na, because this is just an updates, no? Pag may mga question kayo in your mind, try to research, no? Research kayo. Ayoko kasi yung iba na nag-spoon feed tayo dito, yung iba nandyan na, basahin na lang nila, ayaw na magbasa, tanong na lang ng tanong. Sabi ko, that's unfair naman sa iba. No? At saka paano ka matuto kung ayaw mo magbasa? You really have to read. Ha? Ang knowledge, ikaw talaga mag-a-acquire niyan. Hindi pwede yung knowledge ng iba yung pakikinabangan mo. Tayo, we are sharing kasi hindi naman to common lang na knowledge, no? Kagaya nito, nagastusan natin to para ma-acquire natin, sinishare natin. Pero yung nandyan na, tapos gusto pa, tanong na lang ng tanong na pwede namang basahin, wag naman ganun, no? So expand your knowledge and then apply it, no? Kasi sabi na natin, in the tax consulting is a very, very vast avenue for services. No, anybody can be a tax consultant, but provided talagang magtiyaga ka at saka you have to invest time, effort, and money para magkaroon ka ng knowledge at saka expertise in taxation, no? Ang daming nagme-message sa akin, pati sa Facebook, "Ma'am, gusto ko maging bookkeeper. Ma'am, gusto ko magiging tax expert." Sabi ko, hindi lang yan gusto, ginagawa yan, no? So, with the effort that you have, I know na sa mga participants natin ngayon, especially those na mga consistent talaga natin, you have the right start, but you still have a long way to go, no? At saka ang taxation, walang mastery to. Why? Because taxation is a very, very dynamic topics. It keeps on changing, no? Ako, pumuti na yung buhok ko sa taxation, pero pagdating na ng current, ang dami ko pa rin hindi alam. Why? Kasi yung alam ko noon, wala na. No? That's why nobody can claim mastery in taxation. So with that, I would like to say thank you and see you at 2 o'clock. attendance.
Sila pala.
Okay, so good afternoon and welcome to our second topic on this ano ba to? Free webinar on transfer pricing updates, no? And our topic for this afternoon are the issues arising under Article 5 permanent establishment. No? So this afternoon, our participants, no? Velasquez Dayan K, Mapandan Pangasinan, Labian Sheila, Caloocan, Alesna Charlene Mandawi, Lamit Flor Marikina, Padilla Raymark Kasiguran Aurora. Wow. Lalong Isip Loida, Manila. Reyes Maria Rosalie, San Mateo Rizal. Coino Adelfa, Cebu City, no, Pardo. Tayawa Jonathan, Marikina City. Ramirez Leia, Antipolo City. Delgado Chante, Caloocan City. Mancho Claudine, Caloocan City. De La Peña Stephanie Rose, Caloocan City. Formoso Alessandro Rey, Sister Rey, Antipolo City. Dezon Mark Anthony, Makati City. Villa Gomez Darlene, Caloocan City. La Torre Mary Grace, Santa Barbara, Pangasinan. Jocadis Trayan, Pavia, Iloilo. David Julieta, San Mateo Rizal. Gonzales Harris Marcos, San Pablo City, Laguna. Aglim Shekinah Grace, Pangasinan. Di Guzman Jeya, Dagupan City. Belluser Nadine, Mangaldan, Pangasinan. Vidal Alejandro, Dagupan City. Di Guzman Femi, San Carlos City. Monterola Rizel, Mabini, Pangasinan. Soyo Rogin, Sultan Kudarat. We have Cormia Ana Marie, Tagaytay City. Yao Lilian, Tondo, Manila. Loyodan Ethel Joy, Quezon City. Tagawa Cristina, Rosario, Cavite. Kabilyan Rhea Criste, Puerto Princesa City. Ibalan Leslie Gomez, Barangay Rojas, Quezon City. Sarmiento John, Ilagan City. Belio Arlene, Muntinlupa City. Galletes Ayesa, Alcala, Pangasinan. Okay, so we also have Lono. Lonon, di ba Lonon siya? Ha? Lonon Bernadette. Castillo Regina Grace. Rosales Snoky. Gisalan Daring Joy. Coronel Eileen Ayok Chona. Kapwa May Jane. Orca Bernadette. Rada Maria Florenza. Rivero Rowena Fabia Guainet. Okay. So, welcome to this second topic po natin for this afternoon, the issues arising under Article 5 on permanent establishment. Why is it important to study permanent establishment? Because before you can tax this foreign corporation, you have to see to it that they have a permanent establishment in the Philippines. Otherwise, they are tax-free. No? Okay. So, issue number 1, fixed place of business. Okay. Kasi, di ba very important pag sinabi mo permanent establishment, there should be a fixed place of business. So, what constitutes fixed place of business? At pag sinabi mong fixed, talagang dyan lang ba talaga yan sa isang lugar? No? So, fixed place of business, the geographical link requirement. No? So, what are the issues? So there is a need for a geographical link, and a certain duration have always been important features of the permanent establishment concept. But the application of these requirements has historically been flexible and sometimes inconsistent. So anong ibig sabihin? Inconsistent siya, and sometimes flexible po yung ating tinatawag na fixed place of business. Why? Kasi hindi ibig sabihin na pag sinabi mong fixed place of business, fixed na lang siya talaga, no? So as far as the geographical link requirement is concerned, when we say geographical link, it is the place, no? So the issue is that of the proper interpretation of the concept of fixed place. So what constitutes a fixed place? Because in some business activity, a fixed place, yung iba-iba ang place is still considered a fixed place depending on the nature of your business. Okay. So, fixed place of business revealed that this phrase should not be interpreted as a reference to a narrow geographical point. So, ano ibig sabihin na narrow geographical point na pag sinabi mong fixed place of business, fixed place doon na lang talaga siya, no? And that virtually all countries adopt a broader interpretation. So, pag sinabi mong fixed place of business, yung mga countries also, they adopt a broader interpretation of what really constitute a fixed place. No? So, kagaya na lang halimbawa, example, the construction sites. So, there can still be permanent establishment kung yung nature ng business mo, the activities in relation to a single project may have to be relocated continuously. No? So, it was agreed that the concept of fixed place ought to be applied on the basis of the nature of the relevant business. Okay. So, example, a particular street or market, pwede mo siyang tawagin na fixed place of business. Why? Especially if yung nature ng business is stand, no? So, yung stand na yan, pwede siyang palipat-lipat sa market. Hindi pwede na dito lang siya sa isang place and then yun na yun. Pag sinabi mong permanently fixed to the ground, no? So, exact location ng stand, no? Pwede siyang mag-vary from time to time. But of course, dyan pa rin sa market na yan, consider pa rin siya na fixed place of business. No? So, not necessarily na naka-fix siya sa isang ground lang. Pwede siyang palipat-lipat. But the nature of business, of course, stand, kaya yung stand niya, pwede niyang ilipat-lipat on the same place. No? So, the concept of a place that constitute coherent whole, commercially and geographically in relation to particular business. So, ang ibig sabihin, they adapt a broader interpretation of the word place of business. No? Kung ano yung nature ng business ng isang company, pwede mo pa rin i-consider na place of business, fixed place of business, kahit na palipat-lipat siya. Okay. Market would constitute coherent whole, commercially and geographically, in relation to market activities, so that business activities regularly carried on at different parts of the market could constitute a permanent establishment. Kaya halimbawa, isang market, no, malaki yung market, palipat-lipat ka dyan sa market na yan, you can still be considered as permanent establishment. Why? Kasi pagka ang interpretation natin ng fixed place of business, that's that naka-fix lang talaga siya, then madali lang siyang divert, no? Bakit madali lang siyang i-divert? Dilipat ka lang sa ibang place. So there's no more fixed place of business. So you're not a permanent establishment anymore, no? So yun naman yung magiging result if we are very strict on the concept of fixed place of business. So the same could not be said in the case of activities carried on in different markets, as this would not constitute one such coherent whole. Iba na yung, halimbawa, sa ibang market naman yung lumipat, iba na yun. Because if your business presence is at different market, then different permanent establishment na yung ma-form, no? Halimbawa, na ang presence niya is on the 3 markets. So, 3 permanent establishments yun. Geographical area that commercially or economically constitute a unit could constitute a fixed place of business for an enterprise, even though the business activities of that enterprise would move within that area. So, ang sinasabi dito, within that area, hindi yung sa ibang market or sa ibang area na. So, within that area only. Okay. Returning regularly to a number of different places, each of which would constitute such a unit. No? Kasi kung marami na yan, then number of different permanent establishment yan. Ito yung example nila dito, yung bookseller na may 2 different market siya on 2 different days of the week, then dalawa yung kanyang permanent establishment.
Ako medyo mahina. Medyo mahina. Hindi man mahina, parang malayo na yung boses.
Malayo talaga kasi nandun pala, hindi talaga. Sorry Ikaw hindi mo sinabi agad. Sige. Layo talaga kasi malayo yung mic. May nag-comment?
Wala naman po.
Okay.
Narinig ko lang.
Okay, sige. Layo pala yung mic. Okay. So, the concept of fixed place ought to be applied on the basis of the nature of the relevant business so that the term place should be interpreted to refer to any location that constitute coherent whole commercially and geographically in relation to a particular business. So, ang conclusion po ng committee dito sa fixed place of business, wag natin masyadong stricto na pag sinabi mong fixed place, yun na lang, no? So, depende yun sa nature ng business. No? Basta within the farm or within the market, and then it constitute a coherent economic whole, so pwede po na rin ma-consider siya na permanent establishment. Okay. So, any geographical area, commercially or economically, constitute a unit could constitute a fixed place of business. No? Kahit na nagmumove pa siya within that area. Okay. So, ito na yung komentaryo ng Article 5. Where the nature of the business activities carried or owned by an enterprise is such that these activities are often moved between neighboring locations, there may be difficulties in determining whether there is a single place of business. If 2 places of business are occupied and the other requirements of Article 5 are met, the enterprise will, of course, have 2 permanent establishments. Just like yung example natin kanina, yung meron siyang warehouse, and then at the same time, meron siyang office. No? So, magkaiba. Dalawang permanent establishments. Ito naman, nagmo-move siya in 2 places, and then may iba pang place occupied also, then constitute na siya ng dalawang permanent establishment. No? As such, so anong mangyayari kung dalawa na yung permanent establishment mo? You will be taxed on that 2 permanent establishment. Okay. A single place of business will generally be considered to exist, where in the light of nature of business, particular location within which the activities are moved may be identified as constituting a coherent whole commercially and geographically with respect to that business. If you try to look at now, on the registration requirements, even the BIA are very strict about place of business. Why? Kasi pag nagpa-register ka, if you try to look at BIR Form 1901, which is the registration for single proprietor, and 1903 registration for corporations, they are very particular on place of business, no? Pinapa-register na lahat yan and they are considered as brands. So, ganyan din dito sa tinatawag natin na permanent establishments. Basta't may presence ka sa iba't ibang lugar, geographically, then you have different business establishment. Kasi di ba yung branch, yung permanent establishment, can be a branch, no? So, kung marami kang branches, iba-iba yan ang presence siya, then marami kang permanent establishment that would be considered or determined, no? So, example a mine, yung sa mga extractive industries ito, no? Yung mga mining companies, clearly constitutes a single place of business even though business activities may move from one location to another. Bakit move from one location to another? Kasi may mga mining sites yan sila, no? In what may be a very large mine, no? So ilang hectares yan. As it constitutes a single geographical and commercial unit as concerns the mining business. Kasi ang mining business is an extractive industry and it constitutes a large geographical presence, no? So mahaba. So halimbawa, meron siyang mining site dito sa isang barangay. Yung kanyang miminahin is nakasakupan ng mga palagay na natin 5 barangay. So, pagkatapos na niya dito sa isang barangay, lipat siya sa isang barangay, lipat sa isang barangay, still one geographical and commercial unit pa rin yan. Hindi siya i-consider na iba't ibang place of business or iba't ibang business establishment. Charles, pakipatay mo sandali yung aircon, masakit yung tuhod ko. Tapos pakibukas mo yung pinto. No? Kasi sakit yung tuhod ko sa lamig. Sobrang lamig ng aircon, lakas ang ulan. So, yun na yung mga sakit ng matanda. Okay. Sige, next. An office hotel. No? Yan. Kasi sometimes may mga companies that they hold office in a hotel, no? In which a consulting firm regularly rents. O consulting firm. So, malaking consulting firm ito. Nasa hotel na office. Rents different offices may be considered single place of business of that firm since in that case, the building constitutes a whole geographically and the hotel is a single place of business. Halimbawa, itong month na to, dito siya sa ganitong unit. Yung next, ibang unit na naman. Within the hotel, considered pa rin siya as single place of business, no? For that consulting firm. Pedestrian street, outdoor market, or fair. Yan, dito na sa mga nagtitinda to. In different parts of which a trader regularly sets up his stand, represent a single place of business for that trader. So ito yung, alam nyo yung pedestrian street, pero sa atin lang yan, meron no, sa iba. Sa ibang bansa, just like Japan. Mga vending machine yung nasa pedestrian nila. No? So, outdoor market or fair in different parts of which a trader regularly sets up his stand, no? Kung saan siya nakapwesto. So, consider na yun na single place. Okay. Kung walang commercial coherence, no? The fact that activities may be carried on within a limited geographic area. Ano yung limited geographic area? Yun lang yung pwesto na yun. Should not result in that area being considered a single place of business. Why? Kasi sabi niya, no commercial coherence. Parang walang link, walang connection. No? Example, yung painter. No? Yung painter, nagpe-paint. Works successively under a series of unrelated contracts for a number of unrelated clients in a large office building. Lalo na sa mga residential na condo, no? Maraming occupants yan. So that it cannot be said that there is one single project for repainting the building. So halimbawa, itong month na to, yung painter na yan, ang nagpe-paint sa kanya, yung nasa second floor. Tapos the following month naman, yung mga nasa third floor, no? Repainting their units. The building should not be regarded as a single place of business. Yun. So in that case, hindi mo na makonsider na single place of business yung building kasi iba-iba na yung may-ari at saka iba-iba na yung nagpapa-paint dun sa painter. no? Iba-ibang location, iba-ibang units. So in the different example of a painter who under a single contract undertakes work throughout the building. So iba naman yun kung isang kontrata lang for the whole building. Pero kung kontrata, iba-ibang may-ari, iba-ibang floor ng building, then hindi na yun consider as single, no? As a single place of business. So a single contract undertakes work throughout a building for a single client, no? So ano yan? Constitutes single project for the painter and the building as a whole. Okay. But the area where activities are carried on part of single project constitutes coherent commercial whole may lack the necessary geographic coherence to be considered a single place of business. So pag iba-iba na yung may-ari, wala nang yung parang coherence as a single place of business, then iba't ibang permanent establishment na yan. So itong example, consultant works at different branches, separate location, no? Pero single project lang, training the employees ng bank, no? So, ano sabi dito? Each branch should be considered separately. No? Okay, single project lang, training ng employees, pero iba-ibang branches, no? Should be considered separately. If the consultant moves from one office to another within the same branch location, he should be considered to remain in the same place of business. Itong project lang, training ng employees, pero iba-ibang branches should be considered separately. Sino yun, Hari? Excuse me. Isara ninyo yung pinto kasi parang wala nang pumapasok kahit sino. Ilakad nyo. So where a consultant works at different branches, no, in separate locations pursuant to a single project, for training the employees of a bank, each branch should be considered separately. No? So iba-ibang branches. No? So consultant moves from one office to another within the same branch location, he should be considered to remain the same place of business. No? Kasi isang consultant lang eh. Ang itatax mo dito, yung consultant, no? The single branch location possesses geographical coherence, which is absent where the consultant moves between branches in different locations. No? So, ito yung concept ng fixed place of business, ha? So, iba-iba ang treatment, no? Pwede siyang single branch location pa rin pagka ang consultant nagtrabaho sa iba't ibang branches. Pero kung project na ng bank na iba-ibang branch, ibang-ibang place of business na din yun. No? Kasi ang tinatax mo doon yung branches na ng banks na magkakaiba kaysa doon sa isa lang yung tinatax mo, yung consultant lang. No? So kahit pa iba-iba pa siya ng punta ng branch, ang tinatax mo doon, siya pa rin. No? Samantalang yung kung banks na yung itatax mo, iba-iba ang permanent establishment na yun kasi yung banks, iba-ibang branches considered as different units. Okay. Next, issue number 2. Kanina, geographic location yung issue pagdating sa fixed place of business. In letter B or issue number 2, our topic would discuss on the time requirement, no? On the fixed place of business. Ano ba yung time requirement, no? In relation to the permanent establishment status of the business. So, the time requirement incorporated in the concept of fixed place, no? It was generally agreed that the current situation where different interpretation were sometimes adopted was unsatisfactory and that the OECD should attempt to provide greater guidance in that respect. But since ang pinag-usapan natin dito is the Model OECD Tax Convention, no, for Income and Capital. At yan ang basis ng paggawa ng tax treaty. So, when you try to consider what is the fixed place of business, then you have to consider the tax treaties. No? Ano ba yung tax treaties natin? And what are the time requirements? We have studied several tax treaties, no? So, yung tax treaty natin with US, anong sabi? 183 days. Ang duration niya or presence niya dito sa Pilipinas so that it can be considered as permanent establishment. Yung Japan naman tax treaty, anong sabi niya doon? 6 months, no? But the Model OECD Convention tells us that should be 1 year, no? So 12 months. Okay, so iba-iba. That's why sa application na, we have to consider the domestic legislation and we have to consider also the tax treaties signed between countries. So yun na yung pinaka pinaka guide, no? Yung tax treaties na. Okay. So the place of business to constitute permanent establishment, it must have a certain degree of permanency. Kaya nga, ang focus naman natin, pag sinabi mong permanency, ano ba ibig sabihin ng permanency? No? At saka yung sinabi natin na fixed place, no? Ano bang ibig sabihin nun? So, if it is not of a purely temporary nature. So, pag sinabi mong permanent, hindi siya temporary, no? Ano yung time requirement niya? So, the committee contrasted that statement with that in the second sentence of the paragraph. No? Anong sabi niya? If the place of business was not set up merely for a temporary purpose, then it can constitute a permanent establishment even though it existed in practice for a very short period of time because of the special nature of the activity of the enterprise, because as a consequence of a special circumstances, no, it was prematurely liquidated. But this pronouncement, no, ng committee has been challenged. Kasi, pag sinabi mo na permanent, bakit ang sabi dito, existed in practice for a very short period of time? Pag sinabi mo very short period of time, paano yan maging permanent? No? So this has been challenged. Kasi pag sinabi mong permanent, ibig sabihin, there's a degree of permanency. Very short lang, tapos i-consider mong permanent. Para siyang contradicting, no? Very short, tapos permanent. Okay. Parang hindi yun ang ibig sabihin ng thought nung sentence mo. No? Kasi very short, tapos consider mong permanent. So it was argued that the second sentence contradicted the first sentence, no? And seemed to include a contradiction in itself, no? So, sabi ng committee, it may appear surprising to suggest that a place of business which exists only for a very short period of time, sila din ang nagsabi na very short period. Tapos, because of the special nature of the activity of the enterprises, is not of a purely temporary nature. The first sentence and the second sentence, no? So the same could be said about the conclusion that a place of business existed for a very short period of time because of special nature of the activity of the enterprise could be said not to have been set up merely for a temporary purpose. No? So, sa time, sa issue number 2 natin, kailan mo masasabi na fixed place ang business, no? There's a time constraint or time limit. So, since sabi natin sa tax treaties natin ito, makikita, then we have to consult our tax treaties kung ano talaga yung sinabi niya doon sa tax treaty on the time requirement, no? So, the first sentence should be clarified. The second part of the second sentence deals with cases unforeseen termination was maintained that this was found to be clear and helpful. No? Okay. So, anong sinasabi sa temporary business, the business exists for short period of time but on a recurrent basis. Ayun. Yan na, kasi issue na to ng time eh. So, para, kasi may mga twist, no? Or because of the consultant na halimbawa, meron nang sinasabi na just to defeat the law, no? Para hindi ka makonsider na permanent establishment. So, anong gagawin mo? Hindi mo kukumplituhin ngayon yung 6 months na requirements or yung 183 days na requirement for you to become a permanent establishment. So, anong gagawin mo? Short, 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 no? But recurrent basis. Short period of time, but recurrent basis over a number of years. So, ano ka pa rin? Pasado ka pa rin doon sa hindi ka permanent establishment. Why? Kasi hindi mo na kompleto yung time requirement, no? So, a stand in a fair that is occupied for a few weeks each year over a long period of time. So, ano masasabi mo doon? Hindi pa rin siya permanent establishment because short period of time lang siya. Short, few weeks lang siya, pero over a long period of time. No? Kaya nga may issues dito sa time. No? So, the temporary projects that are not repeated, one-shot project, such as the broadcasting of major sport event that last a few weeks. So, can it be a permanent establishment? So, in the case of recurrent activities, a permanent establishment could exist na yan. Yan, ano na to, kinlear to ng committee. Even if its period of time spent in the country was of short duration. So, pwede pa rin may permanent establishment kahit short duration lang. It was also agreed that the recurrent character of such activities could be determined on the basis of elements establishing the intention of the taxpayer. Kasi short period nga lang, pero pabalik-balik. No? So, evidence that the activities have actually been carried on at one place on a recurrent basis over a long period of time. No? So, 2 weeks lang siya in a month, pero every 6 months naman or yearly. No? So, can it be a permanent establishment? So, sabi ng committee, pwede kasi because of the recurrent character of that activities. Kahit short period lang siya, but pabalik-balik, then can be considered as permanent establishment. No? Sa second type naman ng case, no, sa paragraph 6 no, ng commentary, crucial factor was the nature of the business under consideration. So, ano bang nature ng business? No? Kasi recurrent siya and then doing the same business activity. No? Some businesses need a substantial place of business in order to earn their income, whilst others can earn income quickly and without substantial equipment. So, depende talaga sa nature ng business. This was found not to be a factor that would facilitate the practical application of the fixed concept. No? So, anong suggestion nila? There should be an administrative threshold, especially for the time requirements. No? Okay, so ano yung mga proposal dito sa how to resolve on these issues? 6-month rule, yung kanilang sinasabi, could be applied as one-sided deeming provision that would deem a place to be a permanent establishment. So sabi nila, kailangan 6 months para masabi mo na permanent establishment. So if it existed for more than 6 months, but that would not imply that the place would not be a permanent establishment if it lasted less than the period of time. Okay. So, masyadong tricky na yung time requirement ng ano. So, another proposal was to adopt an administrative interpretation under which it would merely be considered that permanent establishment did not exist in the case of activities lasting less than 3 months. So, dapat talaga mayroon na tayong um, consensus, no? Kaya yung tax treaties, once concluded, dapat very clear na yung provisions on time, no? So, without prejudging the issue, kasi later on, magka-crop up pa rin yung issue on the time, no? So, unless there were recurrent activities, they could constitute permanent establishment, no? Kahit 3-month threshold lang. Para sa akin, siguro, no, yung threshold can be on the nature of business. No? Yung mga recurring businesses na yan, magbigay sa tax treaty na mismo ilalagay yung threshold para wala ng parang mahirap interpret, no? And then doon kasi sa interpretation, nagkakaroon pa yan ng iba't ibang klaseng interpretation, and then nagkakaroon ng loophole. So instead na favorable siya sa tax authorities, nawawalan pa ng collection. No? So it was noted that any rule based on arbitrary period of time would face traditional difficulties common to safe harbors. Ano yung safe harbors? Ito yung provisions, no, sa ibang mga domestic law legislation that protect the taxpayer from tax audit or tax investigation. So safe sila. Parang pag ito yung ginawa nila, hindi na sila masasubject to scrutiny by the tax authorities. So, the commentary take account of the practices that had been followed by member countries. Okay. Permanent establishment normally have not been considered to exist in situations where business have been carried on in a country through a place of business that was maintained for less than 6 months. So, yung country practices that the permanent establishment should be maintained for not less than 6 months. Kasi kung less than 6 months, hindi siya considered permanent establishment, hence hindi siya taxable. No? So yun ang magiging effect. Hindi siya magiging taxable kasi less than 6 months siya. So yun ang country practices. So ibig sabihin, nandun sa tax treaties concluded by other countries. No? Okay. So, ang exemption lang dyan is the recurring nature of the business activities. So, it should be considered in combination with the number of times during which that place is used or may extend over a number of years. Kasi, hindi siya umabot ng 6 months, pero palagi naman. No? So, in 1 year, halimbawa, nakatatlo, 4 na beses, pero hindi tuloy-tuloy yung 6 months time. No? So, exemption yan. Another exception where activities constituted a business that was carried on exclusively in that country. Ano yun? There is an exclusivity of business. So, the business may have short duration because of its nature, but since it is wholly carried on in that country, its connection with that country is stronger. Why? Why stronger in that country? Kasi doon lang siya nagbi-business. No? Okay. In some countries, permanent establishment been considered to exist where place of business was maintained for longer period. Pagka ang permanent establishment maintained in longer period, wala problema. Why? Because they answers or qualified sila doon sa time requirement. So for ease of administration, countries should be invited to consider these practices when addressing this agreement as to whether a particular place of business that exists only for a short period of time constitutes a permanent establishment. So pag ikaw yung company, and then yung duration mo is very short period, so doon ka na sa hindi talaga siya permanent establishment. No? That would be favorable to you. Okay, conclusion. Okay. The place of business must be fixed. No? So ito na yung conclusion niya. It also follows that a permanent establishment can be deemed to exist only if the place of business has a certain degree of permanency. No? So yun na yung conclusion. Dapat may degree of permanency. Somehow, permanent talaga siya. If it is not of purely temporary nature. Kasi pag temporary nature, and then hindi naman siya umabot doon sa threshold na 6 months, then hindi siya considered as permanent establishment. But the problem is, very short nga lang yung duration ng business activities niya, but recurring. No, pabalik-balik naman. So, can you consider it as a permanent establishment? So, a place of business may constitute permanent establishment even though it exists in practice only for a very short period of time. Because the nature of the business is such that it will only be carried on for that short period of time. Okay. So we have discussed that already, no? And the requirement that it should be maintained for less than 6 months, short duration, no? But even if it is less than 6 months, but recurring, then depending on the nature of the business, they can be considered still as permanent establishment. Okay. Exception. Activities were of recurring nature. No? So kahit hindi siya umabot ng 6 months, pero pabalik-balik naman, then can be considered also as fixed place of business. Another exception, activities constituted a business that was carried on exclusively in the country. So ano pa yung isang exception? Exclusive lang yung business niya in that country. No? So short duration nga lang siya, pero since it is wholly carried in that country, in connection with that country, so the connection is stronger. No? So it should be that country determine kung meron bang permanent establishment. No? Kasi dapat pagka may presence yan sa ibang country, mag-a-apply sila ng tax treaty benefits. So, doon na yan makikita ng resident country kung paano nila i-tax. No? And if they consider it as a permanent establishment. Okay. Temporary interruption of activities do not cause permanent establishment to cease to exist. So halimbawa, may interruption, may nag-rally yung mga employee, no, sa labor. So nag-close yung establishment ng 2 months. So sabi dito, even temporary interruptions of activities do not cause permanent establishment to cease to exist. So kahit may rally pa yan, there is still permanent establishment. No? So the place is used for a very short period of time, pero yung usage niya takes place regularly over long periods of time. So very short lang, pero regularly naman over long period of time. So the place of business should not be considered to be of purely temporary nature. So in place naman that ginagamit siya pero very short period lang, no, yung time. Or the number of similar businesses carried on by the same or related persons in an attempt to avoid the place. No? So, pwede mo ba siyang i-consider to have a purely temporary purposes? No? Okay. Anong mangyari dito? Because of the difficulties in determining the time requirement, no, ng determination of the permanent establishment. So, anong nangyari? It is abused, no? So, pagka may gray area na, so anong sasabihin na agad? There is no permanent establishment. So, yung place of business, used only for a short period of time, hindi siya magko-constitute ng permanent establishment. No? So, a place of business can also constitute permanent establishment from its inception, even though it existed in practice for a very short period of time, if as a consequence of special circumstances, it was prematurely liquidated. Okay. So, we have discussed issue number 1, issue na yung fixed place of business. Issue number 2, yung time constraint, no? Kung kailan mo masabi na ano yung threshold niya sa time to consider one company as fixed place of business or if there is a permanent establishment. So for issue number 3, relationship between the enterprise and the fixed place of business. Ano naman to? Yung relationship between the enterprise and the fixed place of business. Meron ba silang relationship? So the fixed place of business must be a place through which the business of the enterprise is wholly or partly carried on in order to constitute a permanent establishment. So dapat, yung fixed place of business na yan, nandoon naka-house yung business ng company. Oh, so to constitute permanent establishment. Okay. This requires that the enterprise have a certain legal right to use the place as a basis for carrying on its business. No? There are so many documentary requirements that will prove no, na yung place na yan is your place of carrying business. Okay. So, makes it clear that the mere fact that an enterprise has certain amount of space at its disposal, which is used for business activities, is sufficient to constitute a place of business so that no formal right is required. So, for instance, permanent establishment could exist when an enterprise illegally occupied a certain location where it carried on its business. Okay. So, illegally occupied location. No? No formal legal right to use the particular place. No? So, to constitute a permanent establishment, it recognized that the mere presence of an enterprise at a particular location would not necessarily mean that the location was at the disposal of that enterprise. That led the committee to discuss the circumstances in which the presence of representatives of one enterprise on the premises of another enterprise could constitute a permanent establishment. Okay, sample. Madali kasi maintindihan pag may sample, no? So that's why may mga sample tayo ni-discuss. Okay. Example, a salesman. Ito yung daw salesman, regularly visits major customers. No? Kasi ganun yung mga salesman, talagang pinupuntahan yung mga customers, especially major customers, to take orders and meets the purchasing director in his office to do so. Okay. So in that case, the customer's premises are not at the disposal of the enterprise for which the salesman is working and therefore do not constitute fixed place of business. So in that case, walang fixed place of business through which the business of the enterprise is carried on depending on the circumstances. However, paragraph 5 could apply to deem a permanent establishment to exist. No? Okay. carried on, depending on the circumstances. However, paragraph 5 could apply to deem a permanent. Okay. So, next example. Employee naman, no? Employee ng company. So actually, ang dami nito eh. No? Anong bansa ang marami nito? Yung usually Japan. No? Japanese kasi nagdi-deploy siya ng iba't ibang employees niya coming from Japan. Those who are skilled. No? Tapos pinapapunta niya. Halimbawa, Toyota. Halimbawa, Honda, yung mga sasakyan. No? Lagay sila ng lagay ng mga branches dito sa Pilipinas. And then may mga employees sila from Japan na skilled na sila yung pumupunta sa iba't ibang mga pwesto dito sa Pilipinas. And sometimes itong mga employees na to, sila yung nakaupo or nagtatrabaho doon sa mga showroom, no, ng mga sasakyan. So, is this presence of employee of the company, halimbawa ng Japanese company, because of the presence of their employee on a regular basis, and halimbawa na more than 6 months, does this presence of employee will make use or will result to the formation of the permanent establishment? Kasi may employee na siya. No? So, ito yung second example. Employee of a company who for a long period of time is allowed to use an office in the headquarters of another company. So, office. A newly acquired subsidiary in order to ensure that the latter company complies with its obligations under contracts concluded with the former company. Ibang usapan ito. The employee is carrying on activities related to the business of the former company, and because the office at the headquarters of the other company is at his disposal. No? So in that case, it will constitute a permanent establishment of his employer. So ang employee na i-deploy mo dito sa Pilipinas for long will constitute a permanent establishment of his employer. Sino yung employer niya? Halimbawa, yung parent company ng Toyota Japan, no? Parent company yan doon. Nagpadala siya ng employee dito sa Pilipinas, inassign niya dyan sa mga Toyota dito sa Pilipinas. So, anong mangyari? It will constitute a permanent establishment. No? Another example naman, road transportation. Road transportation, ito yung mga kalsada, no? Enterprise which uses a delivery dock at a customer's warehouse, no? So, ito naman yung enterprise. Meron siyang delivery dock, no, sa customer's warehouse every day for a number of years for the purpose of delivering goods purchased by that customer, no? So in that case, the presence of the road transportation enterprise at the delivery dock is so limited that the place cannot be considered as being at that enterprise disposal so as to constitute a permanent for the purpose of delivering goods purchased by that customer. No? So in that case, the presence of the road transportation enterprise at the delivery dock is so limited. So another example, painter. So for 2 years, spends 3 days a week in the large office building of its main client. So 3 days a week, no? Nandun siya sa office building ng client niya. So in that case, the presence of the painter in that office where he is performing the most important functions of his business, painting, would constitute a permanent establishment of that painter. No? So, yun, permanent establishment nung painter. No? 3 days a week, no? Nandun siya sa office building ng kainan. Okay. So, in that case, so, another discussion is on the place through which, no? Business painting would constitute a permanent establishment of that painter. No? So, yun. So, it concluded that the drafting change had been made in attempt to accommodate situations where business is not literally carried on. No? So, it may look awkward to use the preposition in with respect to a construction site or automated equipment. So the committee considers that the word through must be given a wide meaning so as to apply to any situation where business activities are carried on at a particular location. So disposal of the enterprise for that purpose. Okay. So, the committee has decided the following paragraph should be added to the commentary. The mere fact that an enterprise has a certain amount of space at its disposal which is used for business activities is sufficient to constitute a place of business. No? No formal legal right to use that place is therefore required. No? For instance, permanent establishment could exist where an enterprise illegally occupied a certain location where it carry on its business. No? Okay. Excuse lang po, sandali. 3 o'clock na, naka 1 hour na tayo, no? So, excuse lang po, sandali, Okay. So, nasa ano na lang pa lang tayo ha, pang ilang issues pa lang to, 3. Doon, dami pang issues. Okay. No formal legal right to use particular place is required to constitute permanent establishment. Bakit? Hindi nire-require na may legal right ka o you own the place, no? Para matawag yun na permanent establishment, no? Ano lang ang ni-require? Mere presence of the enterprise at a particular location, no? Does not necessarily mean that that location is at the disposal of that enterprise, especially kung nagre-rent lang siya or nakiki-office, no? Example, representatives of one enterprise are present on the premises of another enterprise, especially sa related parties. No? So, salesman who regularly visits a major customers, take orders, and meets purchasing director in his office. So, consider mo ba yun permanent establishment? The customer's premises are not at the disposal of the enterprise, no? For which the salesman is working, and therefore do not constitute a fixed place of business, no? Pero, pwede mo pa ring masabi na there is deemed a permanent establishment to exist. Why? Kasi regular yung pagpunta doon ng salesman at saka pagkuha ng order doon sa isang customer na yan. No? Sa technicalities, pwede mong masabi na there is a permanent establishment, no, that exists. Okay. Example, employee of company who for a long period of time is allowed to use the office, no, in the headquarters of another company. Tapos nagiging acquired subsidiary na siya to ensure that the latter company complies with its obligation under contracts, no, concluded with the former company. So nag-iwan sila ng employee doon, no? So the employee is carrying on activities related to the business of the former company. So the office is at his disposal at the headquarters of the other company will constitute permanent establishment. No? Sa totoong buhay lang po, no? Tagal-tagal ko sa BIR, hindi ko na-appreciate itong permanent establishment ngayon lang. No? So that place, no, that fixed place of business, no, and the activities that are performed go beyond the activities, no, referred to in paragraph 4 of the article. So, ano yun? Fixed place o permanent establishment ng employer. Kasi ano ba yung paragraph 4 ng article? Yun yung mga short duration lang, no? So third example, road transportation enterprise. Ano yung ginamit naman niya? Delivery dock noong kanyang customer, no? Warehouse, every day for a number of years. No? So nakiki-delivery dock siya doon sa warehouse ng kanyang customer for a number of years. Anong purpose? Delivering goods purchased by that customer. So, the presence of the road transportation enterprise at the delivery dock would be so limited that the enterprise could not consider the place as being at its disposal so as to constitute a permanent establishment of that enterprise. So in that case, hindi mo siya makonsider na permanent establishment. Nasa kalsada nga lang eh. No? Ito namang, for example, painter. No? So 2 years, spend 3 days a week in the large office building of main client. No? So presence of painter, where he is performing his functions, constitute permanent establishment of that painter. No? So pag sinabi mong permanent establishment of that painter, ano yun? Taxable na siya. But how about yung registration requirement ng BIR? Kasi mayroon siyang permanent establishment. Palagay ko, wala, no? Business activities are carried on at particular location at the disposal of the enterprise. So enterprise engaged in paving road will be considered to be carrying on its business through the location where the activity takes place. Okay. Issue number 4, the place of management. No? Ito yung very important din even sa transfer pricing, yung sometimes yung place of management. No? Yung may mga issues na nagiging taxable na sila. No? Place of management is an example of the term permanent establishment. Yan na. So, ang place of management is permanent establishment. Nandyan yan sa Article 5, di ba? Sa paragraph 2. So, the meaning of this phrase can pose difficulties. Bakit? Member countries have agreed that an enterprise is a permanent establishment in the state where it carries on activities because the management of the enterprise is found to be situated there. Kaya nga yung registration ng mga ship, yung transportation is at the place of management, di ba? Kasi yung business na yan are mobile. So, saan siya dadalhin or ipinpoint kung saan talaga siya? Doon sa kanyang place of management. Kasi yung barko, hindi naman yan nag-i-stay sa isang pier lang, no? Nagta-travel yan every day. So, saan yung kanyang permanent establishment? Nasa place of management. Okay. So, where enterprises resident in one state have established business activities but no fixed offices. No? So, ito na yung mga walang fixed na opisina. In another state, carried activities continuously for several years. No? So, very limited lang yung presence niya in the first state. Pero, the scope of application has so far been restricted. No? So, hindi siya extended to cases na there are substantial activities carried on in the state. No? Or actual management function are attached. Kasi, so, dito sa issue na to, pag mayroong management functions na nangyari, then there is already a permanent establishment. And of course, we have to follow also the time and geographic location requirements. No? Kaya nga, yung pinakauna natin mga issues, issue number 1, 2, no? yung time, issue number 3, very important yan. Ito yung number 4, yung place of management. No? Okay. So, ang business, roving business, has a place of management in the country which it operates. No? It has no office or other fixed place which the management activity is carried out. No? Okay. Ano yun? Sa paragraph 1, place of management must meet the fixed place of business standard to qualify as permanent establishment. So, no place of business establishment even if all management activities take place within the country of its operation. So, yan naman sa mga tax consultant. You have to show proof na wala siyang place of management in or management activities in that country para hindi siya matax as permanent establishment. No? Kaya, pag ganyan-ganyan lang yung mga batas, that's why you have to know para alam mo kung taxable ba yan o hindi. That's part of international tax planning. So, when you study international taxation, when you study international tax planning, you cannot do away with mastering the permanent establishment rules and regulations. And sa tax treaties. Saan nagagaling yung permanent establishment natin? Nanggagaling dun siya sa Model Tax Convention and sa mga tax treaties of the specific country. So, the issue may arise only in limited number of cases. No? So, businesses that do not have offices are likely to be small. Pero kung malaki ka, hindi pwedeng wala kang opisina, otherwise magkakagulo, no? So, including mainly operated as sole proprietorships, no? Residence rules of the country of activity will tend to classify many, if not most, such businesses. No? As residents, and the rules of Article 4 will, in most cases, operate to allow country of activity to tax the income arising from that activity as income of the resident. Ano bang purpose nitong permanent establishment? To tax, no, the company having an activity in a certain place. No? Kaya nga may fixed place of business na dinidetermine dito. Why? Because we have to tax the company. Okay. So the committee also agreed that the reference to place of management in Article 5 must be distinguished from the reference to the place of effective management. Because an enterprise can have only one place of effective management, even though it can have many places of management. No? So isa lang daw yung place of effective management ng isang enterprise, pero marami siyang places of management. No? So halimbawa, marami siyang places of management kasi halimbawa, marami siyang mga transportation equipment, no? Situated in different places. So, mayroong places of management siya doon, pero isa lang yung effective place of management niya. So, place of management, example, foreign parent corporation seconding an employee to its subsidiary for 3 months in order to manage it. No? Yung mga seconded employee. Ano yung seconded employee? Yung employee mo, para i-assign mo, ilagay mo doon sa ibang company mo or para matuto din sila, no? Seconded. Pwede din siya ang mag-aral doon, pwede din siya yung magturo, no? So, na literal reading of paragraph 2, it could be argued that the foreign parent has a permanent establishment in this situation because it is managing the subsidiary through its employee. No? So, pagka ganyan na ang sitwasyon, meron na ang permanent establishment. No? Alam nyo sa taxation, tiyagaan lang talaga, no? Kasi kagaya nitong permanent establishment, if you are a tax authority, then pabayaan mo itong permanent establishment. The issue itself in resolving this permanent establishment will mean loss of revenues na to the government. No? Pabayaan mo lang yung permanent establishment, hindi sila magbabayad. But pag in-enforce mo na yung provisions ng permanent establishment, then you can let some of these companies pay taxes here in the Philippines. So, ano yung ibig sabihin ng management? Referred to the management of the enterprise itself. No? Siyempre, sino po bang i-manage mo? Ikaw mismo, the enterprise mismo. Not of some other entity, hindi yung iba. No? So, no clarification is necessary in the context of the example. No? So, the committee did not extensively discuss whether there will be some other legal basis on which such a manager might give rise to permanent establishment. Okay. Example naman, craftsman, own a house in one state, no? So resident siya doon. Also works at various sites in neighboring state, no? Meron din siyang bahay. So the committee agreed that in that case, the craftsman house in the other state can be considered to be a place of management, no? So consider mo siya as place of management under Article 3, no? Under Section 3 ng Article 5, so consider siya as permanent establishment. So to the extent that the craftsman uses the house to manage his business. No? Anong ginagawa niya doon? He receives calls, stores his tools, prepares his accounting records. So, ano yun? Fixed place of business na rin niya yun. Kaya consider as permanent establishment. Issue number 5, active versus passive activity. No? So ano mong pagkakaiba ng active versus passive activity? Pag active ka, you still have to perform the action in order to earn that income. Pag passive ka lang na activity, you don't need to perform acts in order to earn the income. No? So, yung active income, usually, ang binabayad sa iyo dyan is professional fee. Kasi active yan. So, you're doing some services or some performances. Pag passive naman, anong binabayad sa iyo dito? Royalties. Why? Kasi passive lang to eh. Hindi ka na, you don't need to act. No? Pag passive, it can be that your investment will work for you, earn interest for you, or yung sa mga artist naman, yung kanilang copyrights, no? Yun yung magbibigay sa kanila ng passive income. No? So, for a taxpayer to ensure permanent establishment exists, if that is that result desired. No? Some enterprises have set up permanent establishment in countries that do not tax foreign source interest income. So saan naman sila pumupunta para hindi i-tax yung kanilang interest income? Doon sa countries na mababa yan lang yung tax rate or no tax at all. So source interest income in order to lend money to other companies within a multinational group, especially kung yung company na yan, a related party company, has the task, or given the task by the group to act as a financing company for all the members. No? So doon siya lahat ang magbibigay ng kanyang financial needs. So where the debtors are located attributes income to permanent establishment. No? So in the other country. So passive foreign source interest income not taxed by the country where permanent establishment is located. No? So is it possible that the business carried on by enterprise through purported permanent establishment must be an active business that involves more than simply earning passive income? No? So hindi lang passive income. So anong sabi niya? Possible ba na the enterprise through permanent establishment, active business siya at involves more than simply earning passive income? Okay. So, sabi dito, identify the cases that are truly abusive. The rule that broadly required an active business would affect many holding companies set up for legitimate non-tax purposes. No? So, domestic law problem for some countries. Several delegates stated that in their countries, actual business is required before permanent establishment can be found to exist. So, dapat daw mayroon munang actual business. And mere passive receipt of income would not qualify. Kasi sila naman, these countries have already a domestic legislation. Kaya very clear na sa kanila. Alam nyo, pag maganda na yung taxation law ng isang bansa, madali lang siyang i-implement. Wala akong kahasel-hasel. No? Okay. So, some delegates were of the opinion that the problem does not arise where a real business, such as management of loans, gives rise to passive income. No? So, the problem is where there is in fact no business. No? So, may mga conciliation pa to ng business activities. No? Kasi halimbawa, wala naman talagang business. No? Carried on at all by the enterprise, suggesting that a solution to this problem may already exist in the carrying on business. Transfer of loan to a particular location, not enough to trigger the application of paragraph 411. Since business had to be carried on at that location for a permanent establishment to exist, no? It concluded that the issue should be addressed through a clarification of the effectively connected requirement. Alam nyo yung transfer of loan to a particular location, and sometimes palit sila ng palit ng company. Noon din absorb nila yung mga utang ng mga previous company, lakihan na nila ng lakihan kasama ng mga interest. Hanggang sa kung titingnan mo, napakalaki na. No? So gawa na naman sila ng bago, and then i-assign nila yun doon, magagamit yung mga excess na expenses nila doon sa mga company. So that's how this tax consultant of these big corporations do away with the payment of taxes, no? Kasi gawa sila ng gawa ng mga complicated structures, and then hindi nila ma-determine kung permanent establishment ba yan or it exists. So ano mangyayari ngayon? Hindi sila matatax, no? Okay. So the committee agreed that an amendment to the commentary of Article 11 was advisable to deal with the issue. It also agreed that whilst the issue was more likely to arise in the context of Article 11 than in the context of Article 10 and 12. No? Similar changes should be made to the commentary on the later articles. Ano tong mga Article 11, this deals with interest, no? 10 dividends, 12 royalties, no? So ito yung mga mobile income. Why mobile income? Because it follows where the owner is, no? Okay, so ano pang inad sa mga komentary natin. Okay. Okay. Yung mga abuses na yan. Okay. So, paragraph could give rise to abuses through transfer of loans to permanent establishment set up solely for the purpose in countries that offer preferential treatment to interest income. So yun na yung magiging problema, yung give rise to abuses. So apart from the fact that such abusive transactions might trigger the application of domestic anti-abuse rules, it must be recognized that a particular location can only constitute permanent establishment if a business is carried on therein, and also that the requirement that that claim be effectively connected to such location. So ang dami naman talagang requirements before you can impute or you can assign, no, yung sinasabi na natin na permanent establishment, or you can tax a certain business activities. So ang dami requirements niyan, hindi lang naman isa. So Article 12, abuse through the transfer of rights or property to permanent establishment for purposes in countries that offer preferential treatment to royalty income, because Article 12 deals with royalty income. And what is this royalty income? Royalty income is the payment for the use of intangibles. Sa ibang, ano ngayon, July. So sa August natin na tax updates, we also have 2 days tax updates in August. Magkaroon tayo ng discussion on the topics on intangibles and also business restructuring, no? So yun ang i-tax updates natin. Ano yung mga latest on business restructuring and also intangibles. So ito yung the abusive transactions might trigger the application of domestic anti-abuse rules. Yung mga European countries, meron silang GAAR or General Anti-Avoidance Rule, no? Yun yung sa mga fraudulent transactions. Sa atin naman, yung tax fraud, no? Fraud yan eh. So yun naman ang nagdi-deal sa atin dito when it comes to fraudulent or tax crimes, no? So ano naman ginagawa nitong tax fraud sa atin? Pinafilan yung mga taxpayers sa Department of Justice, no? And then itong Department of Justice, pag nakita niya na there is probable cause ang case, i-file niya sa regular court, no? Sa regional trial court. Okay. So it must be recognized that a particular location can only constitute permanent establishment is if a business is carried on therein, no? Kasi kung walang business, walang permanent establishment. O kasi wala ka namang itatax. Ano bang tinatax dito? Income tax. Why? Kasi yung rule natin on value-added tax is a tax on consumption. No? So the requirement that a right or property be effectively connected to such a location requires that the right or property be genuinely connected to that businesses. No? Okay. Next issue, no? Yung cables and pipelines, no? Itong sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina. So, is a submarine cable that passes through the territorial waters of a country a permanent establishment in that country? Under what circumstances do other cables or pipelines constitute permanent establishment? So, yun yung issue number 6, no? Cables and pipelines. Okay. Cable or pipeline would constitute immovable property under the domestic laws of some countries, no? Where this is the case, income derived from the use of the cable or pipeline will be taxable under Article 6, and the issue of whether it is a permanent establishment may have little practical significance. No? So, a cable or pipeline would constitute a permanent establishment where the application of Article 6 is not relevant, either because the cable or pipeline does not constitute immovable property in the country where it is located, or because no income falling under Article 6 is derived therefrom. Okay. So, to be a fixed place of business, the real issue was whether paragraph 4 of Article 5 applied, as it could be argued that the cable or pipeline was only solely for purposes of delivery, and that the mere use of facilities for purposes of delivery does not constitute a permanent establishment under paragraph 4. Okay. So the application of model, in its case, need to take account of the distinction between enterprises that are in the business of transporting data, power, oil, gas, no, through cables or pipelines. Okay. So ano yon? Bakit hindi mo ma-consider na permanent establishment yung mga cables and pipelines? Because they are merely incidental to their business, no? So in the case of an enterprise, the business of refining oil, no, and then meron siyang pipeline that crosses the territory of a country solely to transport its own oil to its refinery located in another country. So yung dinadaanan niya na pipeline, hindi yun considered as permanent establishment. Okay. Okay. So, itong sabi niya dito, the paragraph 4A would not be applicable to the extent that the enterprise transports through the territory of another country data, power, oil, or gas that belongs to other enterprises, as the application of paragraph is restricted to the delivery of goods or merchandise that belongs to the enterprise itself. Such an enterprise would be in the business of transporting property for other enterprises through cables or pipelines. So ano yon? Yung activity ng cable and pipeline are only auxiliary character. So, pag binalikan natin yung preparatory and auxiliary character, ito na yung pipeline will uh, meet those requirements. No? Sila yung kinoconsider na temporary lang. No? So, preparatory or auxiliary character. Okay. Another example. Committee agreed that subparagraph 4A would be applicable as the cable or pipeline that crosses the territory of a country would be owned and operated therein solely for purposes of delivery of goods belonging to the enterprise. Sa transportation law, itong cable and pipeline are considered common carrier. Why? Because they transport, ano yung tinatransport nila? Yung oil, no? Dumadaan sa kanila, kaya considered sila as common carrier. Other example, cables or pipelines that cross territory of a country. No? Facilities from their use by other enterprises is covered by Article 6, where they constitute immovable property under paragraph 2 of Article 6. The question may arise as to whether paragraph 4 applies to them. Okay. Okay, so hindi siya applicable kung the enterprise only uses the facility. No? Bakit? Since the cable or pipeline is not used solely for the enterprise and its use is not of preparatory or auxiliary character. No? Given the nature of the business of that enterprise. Okay. So where enterprise owns, operates cable or pipeline that crosses the territory of a country for purposes of transporting its own property, and such transport is merely incidental to the business of the enterprise, as in the case of an enterprise that's in the business of refining oil and that owns and operates pipeline, no, that crosses territory of country. Okay. Issue number 7, permanent establishment in relation to an enterprise. No? So, permanent establishment is not defined in relation to the enterprise. So, example, the argument could be made that any construction project lasting more than 12 months represents a permanent establishment for any enterprise involved in the project, so that a subcontractor engaged on the project for a few days or weeks would be deemed to have a permanent establishment. No? Kasi naglast na siya ng more than 12 months. Okay. Technically, the source country would have the right to tax the subcontractors' income, since there is no requirement in Article 7 that the permanent establishment may be that of the enterprise itself. No? Okay. It has therefore been suggested that the expression of an enterprise should be added after the expression, no, permanent establishment, whether it occurs in paragraph 1, 2, and 4, and that the wording of paragraph 3 should be amended along the following lines. No? Construction site constitute permanent establishment if the activities beyond a period of 12 months. Okay. So, committee noted that relevant provision of Model Tax Convention, where the term permanent establishment is used always, no? So, refer to a permanent establishment in relation to the business of an enterprise thereby making clear the relationship between the enterprise and the permanent establishment. No? Having regard to the statement already included in paragraph 19 of commentary on Article 5, the committee concluded that a clarification of the article was necessary. Committee concluded that no change to the commentary was required to deal with this issue. Okay. Ito na. No? Kasi pagka natandaan ninyo ito, lahat ng mga examples natin, more or less kompleto na kayo sa business establishment. No? Okay. Ilan na yung viewers natin?
56.
Okay. So shout out po sa ating 56 viewers, no? Thank you for watching. Very limited yung ating time, but as I told you, yung ating slides, basahin nyo yan because that is complete, no? Hindi yan mga bullet points lang na hindi nyo maintindihan. Pagayo na lang. So, how do you treat this construction or installation projects? No? So they also have supervisory activities, no, and then the aggregation of construction contracts. No? So, example, installation project began in January 1998. No? So natapos siya noong April 1999, so more than 1 year. Contractor C was given a contract to perform part of the installation. So beginning in January of 1998, but lasting for less than 12 months. So hindi umabot ng 12 months. Beginning in March of 1998, C assigned more personnel to the same site. No? Based on a separate contract for supervisory services made by the same client for the same overall project, but not in connection with C's installation activities. So C supervised the work of other contractors on other parts of the project, and for this purpose remained on site until the end of the project. No? C established a single construction site organization and was provided with fully furnished offices. So the employee remained at the offices during the entire period of C's involvement with the project. So the question is whether the two contracts may be considered to be a single unit and whether profits from the supervisory activities may be attributed to the permanent establishment. So yun po yung question. So here is now the discussion. No? Questions. No? Do these facts present a coherent whole commercially and geographically, allowing the contracts to be aggregated in computing the 12-month period? No? So, papa-aggregate ng contracts. When and under what circumstances are supervisory activities included within the scope of paragraph 3? So, kailan daw siya yung supervisory activities included? So with respect to the first question, the committee reached the agreement that a coherent whole probably exists in this situation. Although most delegates agreed that in actual case, they would seek a more complete explanation of the facts. No? So in light of the agreement, committee concluded that an amendment of the commentaries on this point is not needed. Excuse me. So the second question gave rise to wider variety of views. No? The text on paragraph 3 did not refer to activities but to the construction site itself. No? It was difficult to conclude that the activities such as supervision which takes place on the site and are related to it would not be covered by that paragraph. So, the approach was contrary to that put forward in paragraph 17 of the commentary. Excuse me. Okay. So, conclusion. Committee concluded that an amendment of commentaries on this point was not needed. Okay. So, with respect to the second issue, the committee agreed that paragraph 3 applied where planning and supervisory activities took place in the construction site. Okay. So, the commentary should be changed accordingly and to allow states wishing to clarify this point in their bilateral convention to do so. It has therefore decided to replace the 3 last sentences of paragraph 17. No? So, yun yung okay. So, on-site planning and supervision of the erection of a building are covered by paragraph 3. Next is the computation of the construction period. No? So, issue number 2 naman to ng construction. Construction project in state A understand by a foreign contractor lasted from the beginning of 2000. So until the end of 2003. From January 1, 2003 until September 1, 2003, there was a complete cessation of business because of the planning problems and shortages of raw materials. So yun na yung planning nila, no? Yung planning problems. No? So there is no question that a permanent establishment existed in 2000 to 2002. The issue is whether a 9-month interruption is too long to be considered temporary. The paragraph 19 of the commentary on Article 5. Okay. So for determining the 12-month period, keeps running through a temporary interruptions. Okay. So taxpayers have requested that more certainty be offered in determining how to deal with interruptions in the construction period. Okay. So ano yung rule of thumb ng committee? It is contained in paragraph 19, no? 6-month rule might require determination of when a work slowdown became a work stoppage. No? Okay. Strike could push a construction project which would normally have lasted less than 12 months beyond the 12-month threshold. No? So ito yung may mga work stoppage, construction eh. No? Which could appear somewhat arbitrary. Still be better than trying to design safe harbor, trying to examine the nature of its interruption. No? So, mahirap itong sa permanent establishment. Okay. So, decided against it because the risk that it would generate abuses and because the determination of whether a new construction project has truly begun should not be made solely on the basis of the period of time since work has stopped on a construction site, no? Okay. Nahaba pa pero 10 minutes na lang. Okay. Issue 3 is scope of the reference on installation project. Ito naman yung mga installation project, no? Refers exclusively to a project for the fixed installation of heavy equipments in the context of construction project. No? So, ano yung ginawa ng committee? Concluded installation project in paragraph 3 of Article 5. No? So, installation projects, regardless of whether the installation occurs in the course of, after, or independently from the construction of a building or other structure. Okay. Committee has decided the first two sentences of paragraph 17. Okay. Term building site or construction or installation project includes not only the construction of building, but also the construction of roads, bridges, or canals, the laying of pipelines, and excavating and dredging. No? So additionally, the term installation project is not restricted to an installation related to a construction project. Also includes installation of new equipment such as complex machine in an existing building or outdoors. Another issue is the multiple installation projects. No? Okay. Committee agreed that the issue was already dealt with paragraph 18 of commentary on April 5. So it makes clear that the 12-month test is to be applied to its individual installation project. No? So yung 12-month period na magkaroon ng presence yung permanent establishment, then ito na yung kanilang dealings, no? 12-month test is to be applied to its individual installation project, no? Unless such projects form a whole commercially and geographically. Okay. Okay. So there were unanimous agreements on the conclusion reached. So committee considered that paragraph 18 of the commentary on Article 5 was clear enough in that respect, so that no clarification was required. Malapit na, 7 minutes na lang. Okay. Another issue is the renovation, no? Ano yun, renovation project, no? So, renovation of building or other structure was covered by phrase building site or construction. No? Okay. So, interpretation reflected the practice previously followed. Okay. Renovation involves substantial structural work opposed to mere maintenance or redecoration. Requires construction workers as well as the establishment of a site that regards to construction site. Okay. So term building site or construction or installation project includes not only the construction of building but also the construction of roads, bridges, or canals. No? The renovation involving more than mere maintenance of redecoration of buildings, roads, bridges, or canals. The laying of pipelines and excavating and dredging. No? Another issue is the coherent geographic whole. No? Okay. So, ang tanong dito, can these steps be regarded as part of coherent? Okay. So, there is a difference between site and a project. No? So, this example would properly be regarded as a construction or installation project. Paragraph 20 of the commentary already states that a construction or installation process that by its very nature moves from place to place can be permanent establishment without being a geographic whole. Okay. So the very nature of construction or installation projects means such that the contractor's activity has to be relocated continuously or at least from time to time as the project progresses. Okay. Okay. So yung issue naman dito is um, it lasts more than 12 months, no? Yung country for final assembly, no? Part lang ng single project, no? So the offshore platform are assembled at various locations. So anong treatment doon must be regarded as a permanent establishment, no? Okay. Issue number 7, place of management of several construction areas. Construction areas ito ha, hindi to place of management ng mga ship, yung mga transportation, no? So ito, place of management ng construction sites. Okay. So the company is engaged in the business of renovating old buildings and uses the office for storage, advertising activities, answering telephone calls, and maintaining books of accounts. Principal place of management of the company remained in state A. Okay. So the committee discusses specialized example. The office should be permanent establishment even if no renovation project lasts more than 12 months. Okay. In a way, sa dami na ng issues na na-tackle natin, more or less meron na kayong guide, no, on how to treat this permanent establishment, applying yung mga issues that we have discussed, no? Una-una na yung fixed place of business and then yung time constraint, no? And usually, how much is the time constraint para sabi mo na yung company is a permanent establishment? More than 12 months or 183 days, no? Okay. So committee, the paragraph provides expressly that the building site or construction or installation project constitute permanent establishment if it lasts more than 12 months. Pero, itong instance na it does not meet the condition, no, a permanent establishment, even if there is within an installation, for instance, an office or workshop within the meaning of paragraph 2 associated with the construction activity. No? Generally, permanent establishment siya, but of course, you have to present proof na hindi siya pasok doon sa classification of permanent establishment. Okay. So, where office or workshop used for number of construction projects and the activities performed go beyond those mentioned in paragraph 4, it will be considered permanent establishment. No? kung lahat ng conditions are met. Okay. Okay. So, ito yung preparatory and auxiliary activities na discuss ko na to ng maayos sa inyo kaninang umaga, no? Yung preparatory and auxiliary activities na na-revise na dito yung guidelines, no? Yung especially the paragraph 4, no? So the permanent establishment could also be constituted if an enterprise maintains fixed place of business to supply spare parts to customers for the machinery supplied to such customer or to maintain repair such machinery, no? So hindi lang siya pure delivery, kaya nagiging permanent establishment na rin siya. Okay? Storage facilities, no? Ano naman yung storage facility? Relocation, distribution of spare parts ordered directly from the parent customers. No? Okay. May mga gray area dyan wherein hindi mo siya ma-consider as permanent establishment. Okay. So, conclusive resumption provides certainty to taxpayer that their income from these activities would be taxable, no? So, in the country of residence. Okay. So, with that, ito pa yung agency permanent establishment level of presence of the agent in the source country. So, ano na natin yan, lahat yung mga traveling salesman, no? It might constitute permanent establishment, but of course, balikan mo yung mga requirements na fixed place of business, tapos yung time constraint, no? So, with that, I would like to say thank you po, no? So, meron pa tayong mga remaining slides, but we have enough, no? More than enough na mga examples on the issue. So, more or less, you can now have an overview of how to determine if there is a permanent establishment in the place, no? So, since this is just an update, wala po tayong question and answer, no? And mamaya, ano ngayon, Thursday. So yung ano natin is tax training, no? Transfer pricing. So yung live streaming natin for transfer pricing will be on Monday na. Okay. So mamaya tax training po tayo. So I would like to say thank you po sa lahat ng participants, sa lahat ng viewers. Sana natuto po tayo. And we have now an idea on the issues on permanent establishment and when to consider the company as having a permanent establishment. So with that, I would like to say thank you and let's call it a day.